Hello, and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. I am your dungeon master, Doug, and we are a group of friends and storytellers who are coming together to tell you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, to catch you up on where the party has been so far, they are enjoying a moment of victory from a encounter that started all the way back when they were recruited by Lord Greenwood to go and fight a bandit leader who turned out to be the dragon Malrazig. Along the way, they had encounters with Kotok, the leader of the Leather Hand, a powerful criminal organization in the capital city of Elduin, and discovered just how evil and psychotic he was, and decided that this is a man who needs to die. So they embarked on a journey of figuring out what it would take to kill a man like that and what the consequences might be, including entering an agreement with one. This way he would then prepare Karandia essentially for being reborn as undead servants that in his mind don't have the trouble of temptation or free will or any of those nuisances. The party decided that was not an agreeable situation and killed Ranmon as well as his disease specialist priest, Rydor. But in the process, Rydor had thrown a vial of some substance that Valan caught but shattered in his hand, thus apparently infecting him with something, which has seemingly been causing him some exhaustion and trouble along the way. But the party eventually made after discovering that and just having a brief encounter with the necromancer who has been causing trouble all across Karandia, the Belladonna Rixa, the party makes their way back to Elduin, where they have their timetable for killing Kotok moved up involuntarily, as Kotok, after hearing about the archpriest's death and his keeper's disappearance, becomes spooked and begins to suspect that the party is involved somehow. So he kidnaps Sister Kiri, the beloved cleric of the goddess of luck, and just wrecks Irada, another beloved NPC that was of a shop that they frequented. Just wrecked his place and took Kiri, leaving behind just the symbol of the Leather Hand. So the party enters Kotok's hideout and makes their way through various magical rooms left over by a mad wizard from long ago, making their way through various traps and puzzles, coming very close to death at certain points, and managing to rescue a tabaxi named Fagino that is something called a scribe of Levixis, which can apparently create magical tomes that can make someone stronger in certain aspects of their choice. And very, very expensive and very rare. But they rescue him, and so he owes them one in the process. They finally find and confront Kotok, who had scarred Kiri's half of Kiri's face with acid, which angered the group, and they lashed out and fought him, only to discover that he had a necklace that linked the two, and so they were actually hurting Kiri anytime they hurt him. Discovering even further how messed up he was, all the men that he had surrounded himself were city guardsmen who he had sent his own men to their house to basically hold hostage their loved ones, children and wives and other family members, so that they would fight for him in order to protect their family, which they apologized for but weren't willing to give in. But after a fight, the party does successfully kill Kotak, after which they are nearly overrun by a large group of leather hand soldiers rushing in to help. But as the party hid in the torture room that they had discovered, they witness Trill and Selena. Trill being the sort of mysterious rogue-like man who works for Hadressa, and Selena, the child that they rescued long ago, who has been in Trill's care as they are in hiding while the party searches for the elf Cithris in order to return her to the Feywild and the Sapphire Queen. So they, after their brief reuniting with Selena and Trill, they make their way back to Eldergate Manor, where where Selena and Trill part ways, and they find the Fox Briar, as well as Fagino and Errata still at the manor with Lord Greenwood as he is mustering forces, apparently to go help the party after receiving word from Asura, Asura sending Robert out earlier in the day. So they inform Lord Greenwood what's happened. They arrange for Fagino to enter into a contract with Lord Greenwood as a scribe of Leviscus working for him, and are briefly recovering from their situation as Lord Greenwood advises them that there's a division of opinion over the party's actions lately, that there's no question they have helped the country, but that assassinating an archpriest is a pretty big deal, and not everyone thinks it should be automatically excused. Some think it's probably fine, but there should be a trial. Some are pretty upset about it. There's just varying opinion, along with killing a high-ranking criminal organization member. All things considered, Lord Greenwood advises them to get out of town for a while and asks if they have any jobs that they can take out of town. And after they say no, he says that Lady Entress, the governor of Valgard, the province, has been begging him for help, which the party already knows that she was interested in hiring them for something. And so says that if they want to skip town while making some money, to talk to her. And so as Greenwood has left the party in the mansion to recover and discuss their next moves, that is where we're going to pick things up. So, what would you guys like to do?
Didn't you say that Briar appeared after everyone left?
Yes, he is there.
But we didn't see him before. He was invisible the whole time, and now he just came back up, right?
Yeah, he was invisible until Greenwood left.
Okay, so I thought. Yeah, I'll go over to Briar. Briar, what happened? Did you? I guess you made it out all right, but are you okay? Everything go all right?
Yes, it took some time to find exactly where the manor was, as neither of us have ever been here. Well, I've been in the city, but not here specifically. And of course, Fagino has never been here. And it took some convincing, and it is fortunate that we had the symbol that Asura gave us, because that's what finally convinced them to let us in to this part of town. And But we managed to make our way here as the man Greenwood was gathering forces. Lots of chaos, lots of people coming and going. Men with weapons. They seemed very eager to go, but I suppose it takes time to put together that many people.
Yeah. That's why I like to work with a smaller group. Bigger armies take more time. Less things get done. I don't suppose you didn't find your queen, did you?
On the way back here.
Well, I mean, we didn't see her down there, I guess. No, you didn't see any sign of her down there either?
Unfortunately not.
Well, I'm very sorry about that.
It is all right. In truth, it has been so long that I believe I've lost hope in finding her, but it is my nature to seek until I know for sure. I cannot give up.
Well,
there are still many places left to look.
this is true.
And we did make a promise to help you, so.
Also true.
Well, yes, it is a very large world.
Curious, where else have you searched? Just Karandia, or have you been to other countries?
Well, in truth, your ideas of borders are strange to me, and they don't always seem clearly marked. And so I don't know for certain. But I've spent a lot of time in this land. I have also been to a place where the trees are very, very large, and another place where they were a land that perpetually was covered in clouds, and the ground was black, and there were very, very strange creatures there that I did not stay there for long.
Mm-hmm.
I have been to mountains and a forest and a place that was very hot. But this place, I believe, is where she was originally crossed over, and so I keep coming back here.
I'm looking up notes, but I have a question for him in a second.
While this is going on for the next hour or however long I need to, I'm going to sit with that fan and,
Sure.
Concentrate on it, I guess.
Sure.
Does anybody remember what dang, I can't remember his name. We're supposed to give Selena to. We're looking for Cithras.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a queen, is it the Sapphire Queen we're supposed to give Selena to if we find Cithras?
Yeah, we'll go to the Feywild and we'll give her to the Fairy Queen.
Her name is the Sapphire Queen, is that right?
I'm going to nod my head because I know Doug literally just said it in his intro. And while he's usually doing his intro, we're just staring at each other and making faces.
Yep. Making weird faces.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, I'm going to go for it.
Larry, it's a wind fan. You can look that up while we're talking.
Sweet. Shit.
And I'm going to get some Avatar wind mode.
Earth.
No, it's really just, he opens it up and the fan is just like, I really like wind.
A big fan. I'm a big fan.
Don't you just love a good breeze?
I'm packing up my dice and I'm going home.
That was fun.
Man, now I kind of wish I had thought of that.
As like the invisibility ring.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never exactly what you think it's going to be.
It's true.
It wasn't false advertising. It was exactly on the package.
Yep. It's not his fault that you guys or that we all misunderstood what he was saying.
If he even knew what he was saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Nice.
Briar, you wouldn't happen to know or have heard of either Cythrus or the Sapphire Queen, have you?
Well, of course I know the Sapphire Queen.
Oh, really?
I have not personally met her, but we all know of her.
She's a pretty nice ruler, right? You trust her, don't you?
She's not a ruler, truly. At least not in the sense of the traditional courts of the Feywild. In fact, I'm not quite certain how she earned her title. She
Really?
keeps to herself in her glade for the most part, and occasionally entertains visitors, but does not seem to directly interact with most of the courts. She is known for adopting children from across the plains, and which is a strange habit, but the children I have met do seem all to be very happy with her and respect her. And I seem to recall a Cythrus that visited our court one time. He was very young and seemed to be at the very beginnings of some sort of duty with visiting the courts on her behalf, but it was a brief encounter, more of a greeting sort of visit than anything of note. And unfortunately, shortly after, was when everything fell apart.
You haven't seen Cythrus since then, I assume, or heard anything about him?
No, I've been here since then.
Would you know how to get in touch with the queen or any other of the fairy kingdoms to be able to look for Cythrus or to be able to get to the Sapphire Queen? We have been unsuccessful in locating either. None of us have ever been.
See, I am afraid that apart from the princess, I would not be able to return. And apart from the princess, I am nothing special in the Feywild. And
I would differ to have a different opinion, but
I appreciate your sentiment, but I would not be considered important or powerful enough to have any effect on anyone of note there. And they're a fickle crowd who don't often pay attention to one such as me. And if the princess were found, then she would certainly be able to return us and would be able to visit the Sapphire Queen and whatever needed to be done.
it seems there is a joining of sorts. We were told to look for an individual named Cythrus in order to see the Fairy Queen. You are seeking your princess, who could also get us back into the courts. It seems that perhaps we are more intertwined than we thought.
Curious, why do you seek this, Cythrus?
We seek an audience with the Sapphire Queen for the very thing that she desires most, which is to take care of lost children.
one of you wishes to be adopted.
Not us, but we have an acquaintance who has considered this, and we want to make sure the option is available.
I see. Curious that you would go so far, rather than finding a family here to adopt her.
Well, I know that you have not been in this particular part of the world for very long, but it is growing less and less safe for individuals with skills, abilities, and seeking safety is very important.
I see. If she holds some sort of magical talent, then perhaps it would be best to find her some place suited for it.
And that is our hope.
I see.
It seems someone really wants our friend, and it would not be a bad idea if you were to be careful as well. I don't
Why
know
do
if
you say that?
Do I know? Sorry.
Why do you say that?
I'm just guessing here, but we've come into contact with Belladonna a couple times now, and she is always very interested in the Feywild. I would just warn you to be careful. Belladonna is not to be trifled with. I think she might mean you harm if she found you.
Belladonna. I do not know this name. And she is interested in the Feywild.
From what I can tell, she's after our friend.
Who is from the Feywild?
Sort of.
We don't know.
You see his tail kind of twitch and confusion.
From what I know,
We are missing many key details to a lot of this information. And we are piecing together what we can with information that we have cobbled over many interactions with many different people. Our acquaintance is talented and skilled, unlike others that we have met. So we do not know the origin of their powers. And we know that a individual named Belladonna, Rixa, is most likely seeking our acquaintance for that very power.
Curious. And how did you meet this individual?
you know the story. You kill someone, they come back, try and kill them again, and then we lose the body again. You know the whole thing.
It's a classic, you know. Yeah.
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 Dryads in a wood.
Yeah.
Dryads, you say?
I think.
Yeah.
Giant
I don't believe
sentient
you've
tree
actually
people.
told me the story yet.
Oh, do you want me to like save time and give you the full like say I told Briar the brief
Sure.
version?
Yeah. You see his ears perk up as he is apparently very attentive now and thinking, and he takes a moment and you say that this Duke held someone that was apparently Fey. I would very much like to meet this child.
Well, we don't know where she is, and that's probably for the better.
Have you lost her?
On purpose, yes.
she's in some good hands.
You've just missed her, actually.
I know.
She was just here not that long ago.
If you don't mind making some more deals, you could find a lady named Hadressa. She might be able to help you out.
If she has information, I would very much like to speak to her. Did you get the name of the Fae that was held captive?
I don't want to give up my girl. I'm so protective of my girl.
I'll start to say it, then I'll stop. Nope.
Briar, you have done
He
nothing.
means the one that was held captive that you never met.
What Fae that was held captive that we never met?
I don't know this.
Well, I guess I'm assuming you told me stuff you don't remember. So if you remember way back during the confrontation with Duke Polton and his wife, and after the magic spell was cast on them to compel them the truth and everything like that, the wife, the Duchess, basically has a moment where she kind of snaps and talks about a fairy whore that he had.
Oh yeah, that he had been with.
That he had captured and been with.
I don't know. He captured her.
That was my nice way of saying what happened. Okay,
yeah. Which gave birth to Selena.
Oh,
I don't think we ever caught the fairy. I don't think we ever caught that person's name.
I don't think so either.
I don't remember that. I remember the name. I remember that description though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we never caught the fairy's name or the fae's name. During that encounter, there was not a lot of time for conversations about those types of things, as we were, I was chopping her arm off, but it was a violent encounter in which the Duke tried to assassinate us and Lord Greenwood. So we decided that was not what was going to happen, so we killed them both.
See.
So I'm afraid that some key information was lost in that encounter that we didn't know was that we should have been looking for, but apparently now we should have been looking for it. Something else too, now that I think about it, there is probably a lot of information still there that we never actually, there are people that are still living and working there. There is the whole house. Yes, I may have walked into the Duke and Duchess's personal bedroom and did not look at things I should have been looking at. There's lots of information that could be left there, but I did get a really nice dress and earrings out of it, so... different time, different focuses. I was young and didn't know I should be into intrigue. I just wanted pretty shiny things.
Asura, that was like a month ago.
I have grown since then and have also died since then. So, we all grow up and learn more about ourselves in these times.
True.
So, I did not entirely trust any of you then either. So, just we evolve over time.
All right. Well,
it feels like a year ago, to be honest with you, but
that's a long time.
And a very long year.
It's quite disappointing to have that the name was not acquired, but it seems like, a fey creature being held captive for a long time could be something.
Maybe a clue to help upon your journey and search.
Greenwood, we don't know if he's completely trustworthy, but he has done right by us so far. You might could talk to him as well.
I see.
He could guide you towards at least the city of Midreach. I don't know if he will have information about this mysterious fae, but maybe you can find clues in Midreach to help you on your search.
Midreach, you say?
Yes.
Perhaps I will pay a visit. See what I can find. Seems more of a lead than I've had since I've been here.
There's hope, and hope is good.
Yes.
Indeed. Well, if this man has died, I suppose I should hurry before any scents fade.
Yes.
So I will bid you goodbye here then.
Again,
Is there
I thank you so very much for saving my life. It was a pleasure to meet you.
also?
Well, thank you
Is there a
for
way?
setting me free.
Wow. Wasn't expecting to catch something as beautiful as you. Then when I found you, had no idea what to do. I knew I couldn't harm someone such as yourself.
Well, if fate allows, perhaps our paths will cross again.
We would very much like that. Would there be any way for us to get in contact with each other? Should you ever need us?
I suppose I can find you here.
Potentially.
About that.
We don't know what the future of our relationship with the city holds, but I'm sure that we will be hard to miss.
Yeah.
I see. Well, then I will be an attentive listener as well.
As will we.
Well, then, goodbye.
From the court wizard to another magic user in Godspeed.
He kind of he basically dips his head low and kind of like this little bow, and then goes out. Has one of you open the front door for him, and
Just watching the cat trying to open the door.
5 minutes later. No, let me back in. I'm just kidding.
and he goes off into the night.
Bye, Brian. I'm gonna miss you.
Are you really a court wizard? You say that a lot, but I don't remember you actually being a court wizard.
When the King of Karandia mentioned some things about me being the court wizard, I didn't quite exactly accept it, nor did I decline it. So I like to just to boast about it if I can, just to get a right view.
So you're Schrodinger's court wizard.
Yeah, it's just. I'd say town, as there was another title, I was like Town Square Wizard. I do that as well. I mean, give you any space of land in a country.
Well, you're our wizard.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I care about. If I can be a wizard of some kind, that's all that I aspire to be. Amongst good friends, yeah. So, are we going to spend one night here, one last night before we slip off into the night?
Well, we need to find Entress, right? And that we're going to... We also got to get Valan some help. He might die tomorrow.
I don't think he's going to just die. I think he's just going to be a little bit suckered out for another day.
Yes, a bit of exaggeration for something that does need to be taken care of. Or I would prefer that was taken care of this sooner rather than later, but I believe we have to wait for word from
Yes, I was under the
Octo.
impression that Greenwood was reaching out to Octo to coordinate a meeting outside of town.
Yeah.
What he had said is that Octo is still at the retreat and that he could send him a message to arrange for you to meet with him outside the retreat.
Yes.
I'm wondering
So we
then-
will need to make our way back to the retreat sooner rather than later. So perhaps we can... Can I just take a quick bath really quickly? I just want to be clean. We get our packs pulled together. We get our horses pulled together. We go stop at Lady Entress on our way out of town because apparently she's a bit of a night owl.
Oh, you want to leave right now?
I don't want to waste any more time. Our dear sweet Valan is running out of time by the minute.
Nope, you're right. Yep.
And it's going to take us time to get back out to the retreat.
Okay. All right.
So
I'm sorry.
So you'll have the servants pour you a quick bath to wash up. The rest of everybody can mark off a short rest and do anything you want to do related to that.
some hit dice.
As you gather your things, is there anything else you're wanting to do before you head that way? Robert is able to guide you to her mansion, her estate in the city.
But the fun thing is, I'm about to roll the one hit die that I have left for this long rest because I used most of mine before Kotak. And I rolled a 1. I rolled a 1, and so that's a whole 3 points of health there. So I'm up to a full 12, a hearty 12.
There you go. There you
I
go.
was at full strength with my hit points. No, granted, I have like half as many hit points as y'all do, so there's that.
Yeah, I've already taken all my stuff, so I'm at half strength. I'm fine, but I'm at half strength.
The thing is, I do
Don't
get my
worry,
key
boys. I
points
will
back.
protect you. I will keep you all safe.
We appreciate it.
Oof.
Speaking of, how are we handling? Because we haven't mentioned that Stoic's not with us tonight. So how are we
What's
mentioning
Stoic
him?
up to?
What's Stoic doing?
Stoic's just been sort of listening and seems to be sort of pensive. And not, as
Very on
engaging
brand.
as well.
Yeah.
I'll wink at him, make him uncomfortable.
Yeah, just kind of shifts in his seat uncomfortably and looks away.
Mm-hmm.
Did Errata and Kiri already leave?
They are leaving right now. Or they left, like, as you guys talked about Bath and what you're going to do and everything, they started, was there something you were trying to do before they left?
I was just going to touch Kiri and just like say like, these are badges of honor. Nothing to be ashamed of. And I touched my own scar across my face and up my ear. If anyone ever makes you feel ashamed for having this badge, you bring them to me.
I hadn't thought about it like that. Well, thank you. I do like yours.
Thank you. It is a reminder.
Well, perhaps you can tell me the story sometime. Right now, I just want to get home.
Yes. A good drink, a warm bath, some food. good company.
And Urana says, and I'm afraid some cleaning up to do before we can even go to bed, I'm afraid.
Thought about it. I would totally help you clean up. However, I can't, so I won't. Goodbye.
They thank you again and bid you good night and also head off as you guys kind of go through your process and get ready to go. So are you heading to Lady Entress's place?
I guess. We're gonna get the horses and then head over to Entress.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to get some of that fancy tea on the way out from the kitchen because it's my new favorite.
So Robert is able to guide you to her place and, describes the building and basically says you can't miss it. And you guys make your way a little ways away in the Leaf District and make your way over to the street where her kind of in-city estate is, her manor. And you basically get onto the street and look down toward the end where he said it was, and you suddenly understand what he meant by it. That basically at the end of the street, it sort of opens out into a sort of cul-de-sac type ending. And at the end of the street, you see, gates opening up to a courtyard that's probably twice as big as Greenwood's, and leading up to what almost looks like a small castle. It is a manor, but it is the architecture of it is stone and kind of sharp architecture. That's you think like Gothic architecture, and it's very striking, and you're able to see it because there are torches kind of lighting up everything, torches and lanterns lighting up everything very well as you approach. And in front of a very well kept garden with the garden sculptures, like the plants that have been sculpted into various animals and
get that topiary girl.
Yeah. In front of this very, very large stone manor. And as you approach, there are guards outside the gate. And they see you approach and kind of stand up straighter and kind of at attention and kind of eye you as you approach. All right, what business have you?
Sir, we are defenders of the realm, and we would like to have an audience with Lady Entress.
Upon her request.
Yeah.
Hold here for a moment. He takes out some keys and opens the gate behind him and closes it and relocks it. Goes into the front door for a while. And a few minutes later, he comes back out with another gentleman, kind of older gentleman, who's also dressed nicely, but also in similar garb to Robert's. And he walks up to the gate and says, "Greetings. Might I inquire as to your business with the governess?"
You may. We were told she might have work for us.
And is she expecting you at this hour?
The time was not provided by Lord Greenwood. It was just told to us that she eagerly desired our coming over to discuss opportunities.
he as he stands there like perfectly straight and like straight shouldered and kind of looking down his nose and everything, he kind of takes a moment and looks you guys over and says, "Very well. Come with me."
Thank you. Should I walk this way?
So as he says that, the guards open the key, unlock the gate again and open it, kind of standing to one side as they hold the gate open for you.
Thank you. I did not catch your name, sir.
I'm head servant Alton.
Alton.
At your service.
Brown, perhaps. Do you cook?
I'm not a chef. I'm a head servant.
Ah, head servant.
The chef works for me.
Yes, of course.
As you guys talk, as the guards lock the gate behind you, and he leads you inside and leads you, opens up into kind of a very large entryway, sort of lobby area with, these very ornate, finely carved stone stairs kind of going up either side, as a chandelier kind of hangs in the middle. He leads you to the right into a room with kind of gold inlaid furniture with velvet and paintings, and you're seeing opulence even beyond Greenwood's, and you just kind of get the feeling like everything in here is probably worth more than you've ever made in your life. And it's interesting because it's you see a lot of paintings throughout the hallway that you saw, as well as in this room, which is a fairly large room, with lots of furniture and a couple of fireplaces, and the paintings are kind of curious because some of them are kind of happier or lighthearted, like beautiful scenery and, people kind of at rest in a garden or things like that. There's one of some young wolf cubs playing, with some mountains in the background. And then you see some others that are a little more serious, so what looks like nobility of various kinds. And then you see some others that are just kind of strange. One that seems to be like a noble riding something with a devil-looking character over his shoulder, kind of whispering into his ear. You see another one of a man with like basically whipping somebody, but behind him there seems to be some sort of like angelic figure that looks like about to strike him. And there's just some of the art is kind of strange, like you don't really know how to feel about it. And you realize that the whole like interior design of this place kind of has that effect, where it's like some of the furniture and the feel has that same sort of sharp architecture to the make of the furniture, but also has flowers and things that sort of soften it or even contrast it in strange ways, where it's like this sort of dark and light feel at the same time.
That's very much my aesthetic. I would live in this house.
But yeah, it's very unique. It's not something you've ever seen before, and it's got kind of creates an odd kind of mood to the room. But
I'm gonna lean over to Easy real fast and just be like, "Now this is a house."
So Alton says,
"It's a haunted mansion," is what I like to call it.
Alton says, "Please wait here in the sitting room whilst I inform Lady Entress of your arrival." And he turns turns very properly and slowly walks his way out. Like, not like old age walk, but just like this very careful, proper, intentional walk of somebody who just feels like what he is doing of the like most dreadful importance.
Those are some tight breeches on that man.
They're awfully slow. I don't see what his bridges have to do with anything, but very slow person.
Did you say his bridge?
His britches.
Britches. Yes. I understood you, sir. Bears, I think, swallowed that that last little consonant.
Britches.
Yes. Okay.
Britches.
This is a bit much.
What, you don't like your girlfriend's taste in furniture?
Alan bristles at that a little bit.
Are you dating? Are you and Entress together?
No.
Ben, I love you so very much sometimes.
As in the wizarding community, are you a wondrous item?
Oh.
All right.
We sit down. I sit down and I make myself quite comfortable on one of the more plush couches in the room.
Are there any?
I'm very uneasy around all these portraits. Like, I don't touch any of these portraits.
Is there any drinks set up?
There is a very, very nice like crystal bottle with some glasses around it over on one end on a tray.
I'm gonna go over, pop it open, and like give it a little sniff.
It smells like very, very kind of sweet, smooth bourbon.
Oh,
like Scotch.
I'm definitely pouring myself like just a finger of it.
Okay.
Thick finger.
As you drink it, it is contrary to like most bourbon and whiskey that you've had in the past. This is like somehow seems thicker. It is. It basically tastes like maple syrup. It is so like sweet and smooth that you're accustomed to. If whiskey has flavor, it's sort of like, if you were to imagine the glass visually, it's like this much burn and this little flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Like in this one, if you were to imagine it, it's almost like they're perfectly blended together. So where it's like, it's clearly strong, but it is perfectly mixed with the flavors of the oak and the maple and all the things that you're tasting that's a surprisingly complex flavor. In short, 100% the best Scotch you've ever had.
Yep. I take a swig and just, wow, that's the best Scotch. Like, you need to try this. Like, this is amazing. No, anyone? No.
I'll cast my my mage hand to go in and grab up of it. Oh, gauntlet. I sit back with my arms crossed and I take a sip. Actually, I'm like, yeah, that's
The last time that you gave me anything strong in alcohol, it did not sit well on my stomach, if you recall.
What? That wasn't me. That was him. I don't want to give that to you.
That was a Stoic.
Yeah.
Stoic? Did Stoic come with us, or did he hang back at Greenwood's?
We'll say he's there.
Okay. Yeah. So I respectfully decline.
Stoic definitely takes a drink, though.
He would.
I don't take my own drink, but I do like go to Stoic and like try to get a little sip off of his. Our lips almost touching the same side of the cup.
I don't want my own. I just want yours.
Yeah.
Dang it. Order your own.
I didn't want the fries. I want your
I
fries.
only wanted one fry. I wanted your fries. I didn't want my own fries.
Baloney. You ate the whole damn thing.
It's not about the alcohol. It's about the power.
Exactly, right?
So you guys, enjoy the drinks and are just sort of looking at the art and all the little things that are extremely well made. There's not a single thing like out of place or not terribly expensive looking in the whole room.
I so badly want to steal little tchotchke.
I was wondering about that actually.
Like I am like if there's a small object on a table, like my hand is like real like itchy. I haven't stolen anything yet, but she's real itchy.
Well, depending on how this goes, could make a move for a little object.
Oh no.
Well, as you guys are kind of taking in the room and everything, and kind of talking about the scotch and everything, you hear a voice from the end of the room who says, "Valan, coming to visit a lady so late in the evening? Whatever will people think?" And
under his breath,
you look over and you see.
So under his breath, he's like, "How did I know she'd call me out first?"
You all look over and see, kind of standing in the far doorway, not the one you came into, but a different one. You see Lady Entress standing there, in stark contrast to the sort of perfect, kind of very formally dressed visage that you've seen her before. Now she is dressed a little strangely. She seems to be wearing very kind of loose-fitting, very soft-looking pants that kind of tie around the bottom, leading up to you could call it a tunic or a jacket of sorts, tied together with a belt that looks like a soft, thin kind of silk version of monk robes.
Yeah,
that are kind of dark red, purplish color, with her hair pulled up into a tight but slightly messy bun. And you can see just a glisten of sweat on her face as she greets you, despite the look still looking elegant and confident as ever.
I think I'd like to note that Valan looks like I've got 12 hit points and I'm sitting on exhaustion. I look rough, beat all to hell, and
I look amazing.
Flawless.
She walks up to Valan and kind of like just maintaining eye contact the whole time. Says, "My dear, have you been causing trouble this evening?"
We tend to find trouble wherever we go.
I certainly hope so. But still, you seem a little worse for the wear. Perhaps we can do something about that. She turns to Asura and says, "My dear, it is so lovely to see you again."
The feeling is mutual, I guess. We apologize for interrupting your evening's festivities.
Oh, not at all. I'd say it's good timing, all things considered. And you, good paladin, it's also good to see your incredibly tall and strong visage in my place of my home.
Well, thank you. Your scotch is amazing. I hope you don't mind. I hold myself to a glass. It's very delicious.
It ought to be. Had to import it from Targonia. In fact, had to outbid a noble there for it. It's not cheap.
I see. Targonians know what they're doing. I did not know that. It's very helpful. Appreciate that.
Indeed. The storm breath certainly know how to make a scotch.
Just storm what?
Breath.
Storm breath. All right, I'm gonna look for some storm breath scotch while we're out. That's damn good.
And she turns to Easy and says, "And I don't believe we've met."
Ah, it's my Fräulein. I get up from the couch, still holding the scotch with the mage hand, off to the side. Sammy, I said, "The pleasure is all mine. Essel defert." And I bow and I take her hand and I kiss her hand and curtsy.
You know, out of the entire party, Asura included, Easy was the one I would bet would curtsy. Like,
Tracks.
Yep.
You see a small smile kind of creep over her, and she says, "Well, I quite like your style. It's a shame we hadn't met before."
Yes, I believe yours at the king's request when we came in to be declared as defenders of the realm, but I was caught up in a council mission with the king at the time, since he thought, my wisdom was needed.
Gaining some importance for yourself now, are we?
Oh, no, I just... if you're not going to talk up yourself, who can you talk up? I know. But I digress. I'm very thankful for you having us in this beautiful manner. How did you come across so much money?
Easy. Smacking. Don't ask that question.
She laughs.
I mean, it is a fair question. It is a fair question. I would like to know too.
She laughs, and it is one of the most charming, beautiful laughs you've ever heard. It's like silver bells. It's like,
oh wow.
it's you just want to smile with her. She just kind of has that effect where it's like, if she's laughing, it's funny.
Got it.
And you kind of almost feel caught up in the joy with her for a moment. And she said, "Oh, it's quite all right. It's quite all right. It's. I would love to tell you some tall tale about how I earned it and made my way in the world, but unfortunately, I was blessed by the gods into the right family."
I know the type. I'm from the Everwood.
Oh.
Long ago. Not so much anymore.
I've been there once. It's quite beautiful.
Yeah. I'd say it's close to this splendor here.
Oh, this is just my city house. It serves its purpose. But I still have a soft place in my heart for the natural beauties of the world. I mean, what can the best architect do compared to the gods?
This is true, yeah.
Well, I should look forward to getting to know you better.
And I blush a little, just a little.
I think Valan releases some of the tension a little bit, like he's been ogled over this entire time. He's like, thank God.
She finally turns.
Just ever so slightly jealous that no one ogles over her. Like,
Please, Stoic does all the time. You know he does.
All the time.
does not. He blushes and looks away.
Only when you're looking. Only when you're looking.
She's so pretty.
Okay.
She does, speaking of Stoic, finally turn to Stoic and says, "And are you going to run away this time?"
I lean over it. He has a habit of doing that.
I see. Well, I hope it's not a habit that sticks around. I'd very much like to get to know him as well. I'd like to get to know all of you. But I'm certain you have business to attend to. But first, let me introduce you to some folks I think you'll find interesting. Or at least we'll entertain ourselves for a moment before we begin talks, yes? And she turns and walks, starts to lead the way, and takes Valan's arm
Of course.
as she walks.
I get a little tense at the idea that there's like other people in this house who like we haven't met yet.
Yep.
That like aren't like just like the people who work at this house. Like there are other guests here.
I got this up.
Yeah, I'm kind of tense about that because I don't know this woman, and she's also been flirting with my Stoic, and I don't like that. I mean, she can flirt with me. I like it, but don't flirt with Stoic.
So she walks you down some hallways and eventually, like basically through some very nice large hallways still filled with art and sculptures and bits of valuable looking objects on pedestals and things like that just seems like she's collected various things and decorated her home with them.
Before we get too far, Doug, because the last time I met her, she was not dressed in these monk robes, right?
Right. She was dressed in a very nice, like noble, dress with kind of like a collar that kind of came to a point. Is
there any identifying marks on these robes, or would I even recognize the colors as pertaining to any particular monastery or order?
No, you wouldn't.
Okay, fair. Just kind of curious.
And there's no markings on it.
Okay,
you can tell.
So it's like mine, just it's color, and that's about it. Okay.
She's like walking and kind of talking about some of the pieces of art as she goes and pointing to some relatives from her family and maybe like a brief sentence or two about what they did and some of which are good things, some of which are, she basically says, are like unearned, like they didn't really do anything for history. They're just there. She says, I've always had an eye for art. I think I inherited it from my father. And she kind of, at the corner of her eye, she kind of looks sidelong as you're looking over her robes to see if there's any markings and says, but I see some of us have eyes for other things. And just keeps going. She eventually leads you to a room that opens up and is kind of high ceilinged with and it basically abruptly kind of changes decorum, like the interior design of the room abruptly changes from the rest of the manor to basically kind of a light colored wood flooring with wood sides and some rafters at the top. And in the middle is a very large, what looks like a very large, thick red rug that looks thicker than any rug that you've seen. I mean, like the good several inches thick. And you see two other women in the room off to the side, kind of drinking and talking to each other, also wearing similar style robes. And who also are, their hair is kind of pulled up tightly. One of them is kind of young. One of them is a little bit older. But they are also dressed in these robes and are seemingly, they're just sort of talking softly, and they turn to look curiously as you guys enter the room. And Entress says, "Please allow me to introduce you to the Duchess Windra." And you see the older lady kind of nod her head, and as well as Duchess Ondra. I'm afraid you've come upon us at a time where we were practicing.
What were you?
What time of night is it, by the way? I can't remember.
At this point, you're probably close to midnight.
Okay.
Yeah, probably around midnight. By the time you got back and did all your stuff.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out. I know it's gonna be late. I didn't know how late it was.
Yeah.
That's good though.
Yeah.
So a late night sparring match then.
Quite perceptive. I did tell you that I was a monk, didn't I?
You did mention that. I believe that I did not catch the order to which you belong, though.
Well, we are part of the Order of Nightshade. You have heard. Roll a history check, Valan.
At disadvantage.
Dang it. What if I lend him my knowledge?
Yeah, sure. We'll give you a straight roll with your help.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll help you with some of this history.
Right. I'll roll that again then, because it wouldn't be fair to. I had a 16, I had a 4, so I'm just going to roll it again to have a straight roll. Okay. 14.
Okay.
All right.
So you don't know a ton about it. In fact, not many do, is kind of the general idea. They don't seem to have a single kind of figure that a lot of orders do. They are very secretive. And you know that some monks don't really respect them, but you're not sure why.
Okay, so I've heard the name essentially, and that's about as much knowledge as I really have of them. That's kind of what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard the name, but I'm sorry to say that is about as much as I really know of your order.
Perhaps I shall tell you about them. But first, why don't you come over here for a moment? And she leads you by the arm to the left side of the room, where you see two basins of water. One of them is pretty simple, kind of pedestal with a stone kind of bowl on top. Very almost shockingly inexpensive and humble looking compared to the rest of this entire house. Then the other one you see is in the shape of, hold on a second.
I just feel like we're about to have an Indiana Jones in the Last Crusade moment here, where I need to pick the Holy Grail, and it's not the opulent, it's the cup of a carpenter.
Opulence. You own everything.
He chose poorly.
Yeah, the other one is shaped like a woman, kind of like almost jumping forward in a sense with her hand outward. It's like gracefully kind of jumping or leaning forward with these sort of like sashes and robes and stuff flowing behind her, and this kind of stone sculpture, and in her hand is a bowl. And she leads you to the really simple looking stone thing, and takes a cup that's on a little tray next to it. She dips it in and says, "Drink up."
What is this?
Well, I told you I'd do something about the how rough you look at the moment.
And this will fix that.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, is there anything that looks... does it just look like water?
Yes.
Okay. I look around at everyone else, like the rest of the team, and like...
Do it.
I mean, I do have my hand on my invisible dagger in such a way that doesn't look like I've got a hand sitting on my dagger, but like, she's just kind of hanging out close by just in case, you know.
Holstering it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, a little anxious, little tense. It's been a long day.
Okay.
All right.
Why not? I drank the terrible stuff that Stoic made the other night, so bottoms up, I guess.
So
I probably start off a little timidly, like taking a couple of sips, and wait a second.
it tastes like water.
Okay, and then I just go ahead and tip it back.
Okay. It tastes like room temperature water. And she says, "Do you know, you wouldn't know it from the looks of things, but this little bowl is perhaps one of the most expensive items in my entire collection. It's one of a kind, as I understand it. There was a cleric up in, I believe it was Bloodpool, who served for many years, and he had a habit of blessing a pool of water in order to heal the people he served. But he blessed the same deposit of water, the same bowl, so many times for so many years, it began to retain some of its magic." And as she's talking, you indeed feel your wounds healing, like your aches going away, like ribs that you're pretty sure are cracked, feeling fresh, and you feel like flexible again, and you feel like cuts closing up, and she says, "Of course, the cleric has been dead for some time, and that temple abandoned, but, well, I found that this little device is quite useful for training."
Do I heal hit points?
You heal all of your hit points.
All of my hit points. Okay. Do I still feel exhausted?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I need to become a monk so Lady Entress will pay special attention to me too.
Where's my friend?
I know, right? Where's my special attention, buddy?
Yeah.
Wow, that is something. I do feel a lot better. Maybe not 100%, but thank you.
Well, she kind of like, you see her head kind of cock when you say not 100%.
I'm willing to bet I still look a little exhausted, like a little,
just like little bags under your eyes, like just a little bit tired. Which, it doesn't fix tiredness; it just recovers hit points. So, and she says, she kind of looks you over and says, "Well, I have yet to find a solution to sleep, but perhaps one day. But if you thought that was special, you should see this." And she She takes a step over to the other bowl with the woman, and takes another, now this one a glass, like up on the other side, and dips into it and says, now drink this.
I probably same thing. A couple of sips.
It also just tastes like water.
Same room temperature water.
Yep.
And drink a little bit more, than kind of down it.
This one took a lot more effort. It wasn't quite as expensive, but it took quite a bit of effort to create. I had to talk to several artificers across the nation, eventually finding one in Everwind who was able to accomplish what I was looking for. And I think if you reach down inside yourself, you'll know what I'm talking about. And you kind of take a moment at those words and kind of reach down and kind of like taking an assessment of yourself, like as you've been taught to do in the past, and kind of as part of your discipline and your training to kind of understand your own state of being as much as possible. And you realize that you suddenly also have full access to your key.
Oh. That's pretty awesome. I got that back on the short rest anyway, so.
Well, like fully?
Yeah, I get my key points back on a short rest.
Okay.
Wow, that's.
But you just feel, in that case, it's not restored, but you feel like a full connection to it, like it enhances your connection to it.
That is really impressive. And you said that an artificer helped you to make this.
Yes, indeed. It's a very tricky concept, and took a lot of gold and really a couple of years of time, but was able to finally have it made and delivered here. It's quite an endeavor, but quite worth it if you really want to get good at what we do, wouldn't you say?
I could see where there'd be a lot of benefits, especially to training. You could train hypothetically all night, all week, recovering hit points, recovering ki, recovering health, and recovering ki. Hit points mean nothing in this world. Recovering health and recovering ki.
One can always go through the exercises and motions, but it's quite a bit different if you can actually inflict damage and take damage and learn how to deal with those sorts of things and then simply recover.
Agreed.
Though even then, one mustn't overdo it. The body can only take so much, so you don't want to overdo it, but this certainly extends our training abilities. Speaking of which, if you're now feeling up to it, would you be willing to entertain us a bit with what the Emerald Dragon can do?
Man, yeah. Yes, I think so. It's...
Dance, pony boy.
I think so.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. And she gestures over to the mat and says, "We shall see how the two orders compare, shall we?" And she says,
I just go over there and I sit next to the other two ladies and like, all right, now we gotta fight. You got it, Valan.
The other two kind of give you like a strange look, like they're obviously more proper and they're and like you just sat down like you're watching a bar fight.
I'm gonna real quietly just make my lap around this room. Like I am checking for entrances and exits. I am checking for trap doors and other secret things. Like I am just getting the lay of the land.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, yeah.
Yeah, make a perception check. Or investigation. I think this would be for this case.
Dang it, my perception's better than investigation, but I rolled a 19, so 21.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you look around the room and it's fairly bare compared to the other rooms. There's no decorations in this room except for a rack of weapons of various kinds over on one kind of part of the section of the wall. You do see a door on the opposite side that's closed. So you don't know what's on the other side of that. But other than that, it looks like a pretty straightforward room for training.
Is that door locked? Like, is it possible, like, on my way past it, I can just, like, turn the knob real fast to see if it's unlocked or not?
Are you trying to do it without being noticed?
Yes.
Sleight of hand check.
Okay. Let's see how I do it.
Mm-hmm.
20 total. Plus 5.
Nice.
It is locked. It is unlockable from this side, but it is locked.
Cool. Just noting. I'm just noting my surroundings.
Okay. So as you guys are kind of there, the two ladies.
What did Easy? What do you want to do?
Oh, I was just saying, I was very, very mesmerized by the second item that the Valan drank. Now I'd like to ask permission. My dear Lady Entress, may I take a look at this item? As I love all the magic and the magical items, I'm not going to, of course, touch or anything. I just want to look and marvel at the beauty of these items. I like to do an Arcana check on them.
Of course, be my guest. I don't think it would help you very much unless you have the correct training, but be my guest.
I'd like to see if I can recall. I know they're magic items, right? But I'd like to recall and see if I can know the specific artificer from Everwind that created them, possibly, if I can roll good enough for it.
Okay.
Yeah, just see if I can maybe recall or know how he created this. Not that I'm like proficient in artificy, but
Okay.
fucking. All right, that's not great, but 17.
Okay. 17. So I think you would probably know, like, while you don't know much about artificing, like yourself, like at least the fine arts or how to do it,
Right.
you know enough that typically, as you've even seen with Errata and his knife, that when you're making magic items, it's often trial and error, and often kind of improvement over time and that sort of thing. And so you risk whatever item you're trying to enchant kind of breaking or not being perfectly executed in the enchantment and that sort of thing. And so by looking at this, you know that this is obviously a very expensive, finely made statue. And so that tells you whoever did this is extremely high skill, like high skill enough to get it right the first time. And something that's that unique of an enchantment, there's probably only 3 kind of well-known artificers in all of Everwind who might be up to the task.
Gotcha. Okay.
But you don't have any idea which one.
I gotcha. Okay. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Yeah. Rhodesia, yeah.
So, as you guys are kind of taking your places, and you're checking out the statue, the 2 other ladies kind of go out to the edge of the mat and sit down on their knees, to watch this. Lady Entress, begins walking slowly and talking to you, Valan, and saying, "Our order started in the kingdom, at least it was a kingdom at the time, of Femoria. At the time, women of the court were treated as, you might say, something less than equals. Enter Queen Venris. Now, Venris was a cunning woman, but also proud. She had heard of rumors of an old monk that was said to be unbeatable. So she contrived some sort of diplomatic journey and traveled all the way across the continent to the Pale Mountains where he was said to have reclused himself. She searched for 2 months until she found him, and somehow persuaded him to leave his exile and return with her. He then taught her in secret for years until the day came when the king struck her in public. Well, she challenged the king to a duel for honor's sake, right there in front of the whole court. Words cannot describe the shock and confusion. Such a thing had never happened before. There were no laws of such a thing, but the mob wanted to see it. The king was also egotistical, and it simply would not do to have his authority challenged, especially by his queen. So he accepted. They dueled the very next morning. His military prowess gained from many battles and her newfound secret training. They fought until it nearly killed them both. But finally, she at last rose bloodied and victorious, and declared that from that day on, women would be valued as equals in the kingdom. It's a holiday now in Femoria, the festival of the warrior queen. But why the Order of Nightshade, you might ask? Well, the king survived their battle, but only for another day, surprisingly dying of his wounds that he should not have died from. And the rumor is that she poisoned him ahead of the fight, which ensured her victory and also ensured that she could take the throne. Of course, many also say that she poisoned him after the fight, but who can know now? Since then, noble women have secretly started their own chapters in courts across the land. Of course, not all countries are so unegalitarian, and not all unequal countries are so easy to overcome. And much, much time has passed. So whether or not she was genuine about it, the Order has certainly lost much of its original principles. But now I'm afraid it's become a pastime for rich and bold women, a way to entertain them and create the illusion of power, or even mostly a form of exercise. But not for me. You see, and she goes over and as she's talking, she goes over to another little tray where there's a similar kind of crystal bottle like what you saw in the waiting room with more amber liquid inside and more bourbon or scotch. It looks very similar. She uncorks it as she's talking and pours 2 glasses of this scotch, 2 doubles. And she says, "You see, I was raised to be well-read, and I read about the different orders, and read about the stories of monks that traveled the world seeking enlightenment, or overcoming personal challenges, or spiritual journeys, or whatever their cause was, and I liked how fierce they were, yet with a quiet humility, some of them not even claiming credit for their great deeds. It's the kind of humility that was missing in stories of knights and wizards in history. I knew such a life was never possible for me, but the Order of Nightshade gave me at least a chance to taste it." And with that, she kind of holds up one of the glasses, and with one clean down, she downs the whole double. and kind of and then sets the glass down behind her and says, and so while others might not take it seriously, I do. I find it calming to practice the movements, healing to discover one's true strength, useful to organize one's mind. But I admit, it's also a lot of fun. And she then downs the other drink. You thought for a moment she was pouring for you, but she downs the other one. And takes her place across the mat opposite of you.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of stretches her neck for a second and says, "Shall we?" And she sits back on her back heel as her other leg kind of comes up just a little bit. And she suddenly, her whole body language shifts. Mm-hmm. She puts out her hands like this, then curls them inward in sort of a strange stance, and sort of starts to sway in place. And I want you to roll initiative.
Oh, snap.
Okay, that's not
on just a very personal note, yes, Lady Entress.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like yes, Queen has never been more apt than in this moment.
Oh, I mean, yes, Queen, obviously, but also yes.
Queen.
My queen.
All right.
I rolled a 15.
Okay.
Oh, this is not going to go well.
No, we do have a map.
She's gonna kick his ass.
She's going to wreck me, and that's fine.
Let's see.
All right.
All right. So I pulled up a map.
I see that.
Oh, I'm so
Pull that
excited.
up.
Map.
Valan's on a magic carpet, Go for a ride.
Yep.
Things are gonna get real.
Oh, there will be riding.
Hey-oh.
Without Stoic here tonight, I have to make an appropriate sexual joke somehow.
You're right.
Danny's the one who's always willing to do that with me.
Okay. What'd you roll?
15.
Okay. All right. So you are first.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Kick your ass, Seabass.
Well, she doesn't have any weapons in hand. She is just lined up in a fighting pose, right? Fighting stance.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to double check that. Okay. Then I will run up to her and do an unarmed strike.
Okay.
Going for. No. I won't be able to use. I just realized I won't be able to use stunning strike unless I do a melee weapon attack. So that's going to suck. But okay. Yeah. So coming up and doing a punch toward the rib area.
Okay.
All right. Let's see how this goes. Okay. That's a 23.
That hits.
All right. And that's 7 points of damage.
Okay.
Make sure you say non-lethal this time.
Oh my god, I didn't mean to kill you.
I don't want to have to start peeling hands off of rich people too.
Wake up. Oh, wait. And then I will spend a key point to do patient defense.
Okay. As you dart forward, as you come up in like with surprising speed, I basically kind of faint and then come up under her and jab her in the rib cage. You see her whole body sort of like almost go with the punch for a second. It's a very strange kind of reaction, like not accustomed to the kind of monk movements that you're seeing. And you see her kind of like grin, and she's like, "Well, aren't you fast?" Then she is also going to attack with a 24 to hit.
All right. Yeah, that hits. So I can take the dodge action. So,
Patient defense.
Yeah, for patient defense. Dodge is half damage, or is that no damage? It's half damage?
Half.
Okay.
Or at least it is for rogues. I can almost speak for monks.
I think dodge action is just a thing.
I'm double checking.
Yeah. I'll make sure I'm doing this
I can
right.
speak for squishy rogues.
Yeah.
Any attack roll made against you has disadvantage.
Okay.
If you can see the attacker and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage.
Okay. So then she'll have to roll it again to take the lower.
That's what you're
of the
doing?
two. Yeah, I'm using because I took patient defense. Is it just the next melee attack, or is it all melee attacks while I'm doing patient defense? Because it's very limited on what
Any attack roll made against you.
Okay, cool.
It's basically for that turn.
Yeah.
She rolled a 19.
Still hits.
The second one.
Oh no!
I was making up for those rolls from last week.
So as she basically, as you hit her and she says that, like in the same movement, she does this sort of like weird flourish where it's like her whole body almost kind of goes with like in this sort of graceful, almost like kind of going with this wind thing. She comes back and hits you in the stomach with, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw real quick.
Oof. Okay. Saving throw. I was like, wait a minute, I have disadvantage. Oh no, I don't. Saving throws. We're good.
Yeah, so it'll even out.
Hold on just a second. That is a 19.
19? Okay. So she comes back and hits you, and you feel your wind almost knocked out of you as she hits you with surprising force. Mm-hmm. Like this delicate-looking woman came at you, and you feel this vibration through your whole body as you feel your own sort of power used against you in a very tangible way, and you feel like you muscle through it, but because of your readiness and your everything, but you feel like you could have easily been knocked off your feet if you hadn't been ready for that.
Oh.
And then she readies herself again.
Did you say I lost any hit points?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It's like, I don't think I heard you say. I mean, I'm fine not taking any damage. Toad's cool with that.
That's cool.
And she rolled good. 11 points of damage.
Okay. Where'd she hit me?
In your stomach.
In my stomach. Okay. Kind of take a moment and kind of like look back up, like realizing, okay, this is kind of real now, and a little smart because it takes me back to the days when I was at the monastery sparring with other students. I'm like, okay, I'm digging this. Mm-hmm. Is that her turn?
That is her turn.
Okay. So I will, how to describe this? I want to take my leg and put it behind hers and swing around and then hit her right like in the lower part of her back, and I'm gonna do that and flurry of blows. So it's 3 quick strikes right to her back.
Okay. All right. Roll your attack.
So that is a 25 on the first hit with 10 points of damage.
Okay.
I rolled max damage on that one. Let me take out this key point real quick. All right, so now my flurry of blows. I don't think that's going to do it. That is a 16 to hit.
Does not hit.
Dang it. She's more dexterous than I am. Oh, that's definitely going to do it. I rolled a 3, so that's a 10.
Yeah. So as you step in and get a hit, you come back for 2 more quick strikes, only to find that she's not there anymore. Mm-hmm. As she does this again, this kind of strange, weird movement where she just sort of shifts out of the way, and you just get this. It's really odd because it's so unlike the style that you're accustomed to fighting as a monk, where it's very controlled and disciplined and intentional with every block and strike. With hers, it's almost like this. It's got some of that, like when she hits, there's very clear discipline in how she strikes, but it's like she's going with the flow in a strange way that's just like her body is loose and not tightly controlled like yours. And so she just sort of like shifts out of the way as she takes the hit and comes back around you to bring an elbow onto your head for 21.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said 21 damage. I was like,
I was like, oh no.
No, that's 8 points of damage.
A little more palpable.
I need you to make another dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
Not with disadvantage this time, because you're.
Is it why?
Your exhaustion.
Exhaustion's on.
You were doing dodge last time.
Well, exhaustion only applies to ability checks or ability checks. Saving throws are fine.
You're right.
So that's a 23.
Okay. You're okay. But you do see stars for a moment as her elbow comes into the back of your head, and you just get your bell rung for a second, basically, almost knocking you out. And like, again, you barely catching yourself from like being knocked onto your butt as she uses that same kind of key energy, back against you. Your turn.
Okay, so
I guess I should be
moving the
yeah, I totally
the tokens around.
Sitting there.
Just got caught up in the fight. That's all.
It's
very rarely that you get to only move one character, like have to deal with one character on the board.
Yeah, she moved behind her, kind of. She moved behind you, so we're like there.
Okay. So I'm to the side of her. Okay, so she is facing me. Gotcha. I'm going to swing my leg around and kick her. It's an unarmed strike, but I'm going to do a kick towards the face.
Okay.
19.
That hits.
Ooh, not good damage. That's 5 points of damage. I rolled a 1. Yeah.
Ooh.
6th and 1. I'm max and min. All right. I think I'm going to try this again. Flurry of blows. All right. And 2 more attacks. Spun around, kicked. I think I'll do the, I don't know how to describe it, where it's a kick and then land on my feet, spin around, kick again. If that makes sense.
On a break dance.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a robot.
Yeah, it's a 15 on the first roll. Come on, give me a hit. Oh my gosh, a 14. I'm gonna stop doing flurry of blows apparently because I can't hit on those. I can hit on my regular attacks.
All right, neither of those hit.
Nope.
As you basically spin around in the air, kind of bringing both legs around to kick, you just see her sort of like kind of bend under your legs as they go over her as she comes back up to do basically an uppercut in the jaw, and that is a 15.
Misses.
Ooh.
As you are able to barely get out of the way, almost feeling it brush your skin on your jaw.
Do a Neo.
Yeah. as you're able to get out of the way. Your turn.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep it pretty simple this time. Strike at her. And I really didn't think we were getting a fight tonight. Strike at her again. Strike at her upper body. Just swing with an unarmed strike.
It hit.
That's a 16, which does not hit.
Mm.
And then bonus action, unarmed strike, not flurry of blows, just an unarmed strike. I'm gonna actually make sure I can use that. I want to make sure I'm understanding this. Yeah, okay. Oh my gosh, here come the rolls. That's a 15. So I don't do anything on that turn.
Okay.
Just let it. You got it, Valan. Keep it up.
And I would like to do something as well, if that's okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'll say,
interfere?
I'm just going to say, Valan, focus. When I say the word focus, I'm casting the spell haste to him.
Okay. Oh, I just realized I've not been doing 2 attacks on my action.
You have 2 attacks?
I've not been doing that this time.
Oh,
I was gonna say, that gives you another attack action, by the way.
Yeah, I get 4 attacks for an action.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to cheat this system. Playing foul.
Trying to just make sure my guy does well. So, it's a 3rd level spell. There you go.
Uh-oh.
I can cast it within range if I can see him.
Let's see how this goes. Because the DM is smiling.
So you cast haste.
Plus 2 to his bonus AC.
Oh wow, I get plus 2 to the AC.
Yeah.
That's nice.
In theory.
If
Let's see how this goes. Yeah, if it happens.
I really hope she beats the shit out of you.
I
love you. Asura loves Valan very much. We are like family, but I hope she beats the shit out of you.
I'm okay with this.
That's it. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Like everything slows down in Valan's mind.
She uses her action to disengage, basically making an attack that's pretty obvious, but like that you block, but like shoves you back just enough for her to step away.
Okay.
And she suddenly turns up straight and turns to Easy and holds up a finger and says, "Now."
Did
This
it
was the
work?
courage, my fellow man.
Easy. Don't ruin a good ballroom brawl.
My apologies, Fräulein.
I'm just in the corner spinning daggers on my fingers like, I can play dirty too.
Okay, so she picks up that I cast haste.
Yeah.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Okay. Yeah.
I was going to say, as a free action on my turn, I'd like to just say, first, thank you, Easy. I do appreciate the assist, and I turn back to Lady Entress. I will, to the best of my ability, not use this.
Okay, so you deny it. That's perfect.
I think it's still technically on me. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to use the benefits of it.
Is that how it works? I don't know. I've never had someone reject it before. I've never been rejected before.
Easy's never been rejected before.
That explains a lot.
It is choose a willing creature.
Oh, okay.
It's a willing.
He's not
willing.
willing.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will deny the haste. I didn't realize that was.
You're not willing.
And believe me, this will probably be the last time that I ever deny haste because I want haste all the time.
Even in magic, it's still consent.
Magic consent is key.
Yep.
So I take it back, I put it in my pocket.
She winks at Easy and then turns back and says, "Very good. I just want it to be you and me." And she steps forward, again, sort of swaying into the motion strangely, but with speed that doesn't seem to match the sort of weird, easygoing looking body language that she's been using, to make an attack for a natural 20.
Oh, ouch!
That's all she wrote, folks.
We may not be far from it.
Oh, you don't want that haste now.
Wouldn't help much.
All right. So she is going to hit you for what is that? 15 damage.
Ouch.
Could
And then
have been worse.
And then you see a blur of hands as she does a flurry of blows against you.
The disengage was her action, wasn't it?
Then you took your action to reject and talk, which is what you said.
I wanted to take a free action. I thought the free action was just I could say something during a free action. Sorry, I misunderstood that.
I thought we were just resetting.
I mean, we can't. You know what? Actually, I'm okay with
resetting
that.
To her turn.
I'm okay with that. I think that's actually what I would do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I'm good with it.
So as she steps forward and hits you like right in the sternum, and like you feel it through your whole body, like this pain just shoot through you and your breath get knocked out of you for real this time. You kind of have to hold your breath, but as she follows up with 2 lightning quick blows, one of which is an 11.
That one misses.
And a 16.
Oh, that is my AC. Just hits.
Which is going to be 6 damage. As you're able to get one off, basically get your hands up as you're like gasping for breath. You're able to get one hand up to block the other, but the other one is right behind as she comes up over and like basically clocks you in the temple.
Yep. Valan's definitely, he's got a little sway to him right now, and it's not from a fighting style. Just wipe off a little blood. Bring up my hands. And she's right up on me right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I should, again, pay attention as the battle DM here.
Spit a tooth out.
put 15 guys on the board that you have control. You're all over it. Put one, you're like, I forget.
Yeah, like, drop the ball when there's nothing going on. But
All right. Well, I'm gonna do my attack, bonus action, flurry of blows, because I have a feeling this might be my last round. We will see. So I'm going all out for it. All right. So that one of them does not hit because it's an 11. The other is a 22.
That hits for sure.
Oh my gosh! Rolled a 1 on the damage dice again. So that's 5 points of damage.
Okay.
And
yeah.
I do flurry of blows.
Okay.
Natural 20 and a 19, so that's a 26 to hit.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Nice.
All right, so for the natural 20, I'm going to pick a different damage die. Nice. 14 points of damage.
Okay.
And for the other one, nice. I wish I'd rolled that one. Now I rolled max damage, so that's 10 points of damage for the second hit.
Jeez.
Yeah.
24 points of damage for those flurry.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Pop, pop.
Pop, pop.
That's right. More like pop, 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 pop. Although I missed one of them, so.
My little like fighter brain right now is just like choreographing this in my head.
I wish, if I'd known this was going to happen, I probably would have got me like, Tara, help me out with some stuff here.
Right.
Choreograph this fight for me.
Oh yeah, we get that.
As you let out this vicious flurry of blows on her and get a really good hit, you see her kind of fall back for a second, still in the stance, but you see her kind of blink and shake her head, like, clearly, affected by that natural 20 hit. This is big damage.
Yeah, natural 20s do some real damage.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of blinks shakes her head for a second to recover, and then looks back up at you, and she says, "Well, I do like it when they're strong." And then she comes back at you, letting out a kick herself, right at your face.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 16.
Just hits.
So that's going to be 7 damage.
Still up.
And she quickly follows it up with another flurry of blows, as she just stays on one foot and just lets out quick strikes with her feet. Mm-hmm. With her the same one that she was kicking you with.
Yep.
That's going to be an 11 and a 12.
Wow.
Still standing.
Stick the leg, Johnny.
You were able to get your hands up quick. You're able to get your arms quickly up to take the other 2 blows, as you are, I imagine not looking too good at this moment.
Nope.
Your turn.
All right. Well, we're going to take a couple of attacks, punching at her, because I'm so stressed now. I'm out of just like explaining moves and I'm just doing things, which probably is a little of what Valan's doing as well. One of those is a natural 1, but the other one's a 23.
That hits.
Oh my! 1 again, so 5 points of damage.
5 points.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Are you doing anything else?
I'm gonna spend that last key point and do flurry of blows.
Do it.
Please give me the good rolls like you did last time. 25 and 22.
Hey.
Wow. Yeah, that was it.
Okay, so 6 points of damage on one of those. And 9 points of damage on the second one.
Okay. So, as you basically you come at her with a right that she manages to block. As you come out with another one, like hitting her in the jaw, and you see her head kind of snap. As you come up with a kick, spinning around to another kick, just each one hitting, just in this like this, series of 3 hits, and you see her head just get smacked to the side, and blood actually gets spurt onto the carpet, onto this mat that you can see is very well chosen for color, as it barely shows up, and you see her drop to one knee on her hand with as like some blood is kind of coming out of her mouth.
Yep.
And she puts a hand up. Says, "I can see."
And
Boy.
bow. And then I go down and basically all fours, and I'm at 1 hit point. 1 hit point. Like, if she had hit on any of those flurry of blows in the last round, I was done. Yeah.
Wow. That's impressive.
That I have not sparred like that in a long time. Thank you. And I actually, Valan has a smile on his face.
Oh.
You see her like wiping
Toothless
away,
smile.
It's probably a toothless smile.
wiping away like some blood and kind of looking at it, and she's, "No, my thanks to you. It's been a while since I've had such a challenge. Ladies, wasn't that an impressive display?" And they both nod and clap like very properly, like kind of like a golf clap.
Yep.
As she gets up and says, "I quite enjoyed that, I think." And she walks back over to the stone basin and takes a swig of the water herself, as she takes up a little hand towel next to it, and like cleans up the blood from her mouth. And kind of gestures, if you want to partake as well.
Thank you. I absolutely do.
And she says, "I don't recommend partaking of the other one twice in so little amount of time, but this one is fine."
There be side effects to that.
Well, as I said, the body can only take so much, and a little bit of overload is not good, and could it probably won't do anything serious to you, but it won't work as well without some time for your body to recover. It's much like sugar. If you have too much of it in a short period of time, it's not very pleasant.
True.
As with all good things, one must pace themselves and wait.
And Valan awkwardly turns around and walks towards the group.
Asura's just impressed. Like, she's just fucking impressed.
Not the only one.
Also, like, she's been hella taking notes about this flirtation game. Like, like hella mental notes. She's like, this woman is a master.
Mm-hmm.
Says as she like takes the towel and kind of folds it over to the place that's not covered in blood, and is just sort of like cleaning herself, like wiping sweat off and that sort of thing. She's, "Now, what brings you all lovely people to my abode at so late an hour?"
Lord Greenwood said that you were asking after us, and we will be leaving town tonight, but, well, we thought we'd stop by since we were awake, and we were told you were a bit of a night owl.
Indeed I am. It's quite a frightful habit for a noble lady, but alas, it's true. I do enjoy the night. Well, so Lord Greenwood sent you, did he? Oh,
In a way.
I see. Well, I can assure you I actually have no idea what it is I'm asking you for. Except that one of my dukes, Duke Einho, has earned a favor with me, and he has requested aid. It seems he has a bit of a goblin problem in his duchy. His duchy in our province, especially because Valgard is a little more wild than some of the other duchies and the other provinces, have suffered especially from this new goblin presence. And I can only imagine he wants something to do with that. And I assure you he's equipped to reward you well for it. And or should I say, I would reward someone who takes care of one of my nobles.
Where is this duchy in Valgard? The name?
Oh, it's about 5 days to the southeast. His duchy is in a little bit wilder part of the province, so it'll be to enjoy some of that natural beauty we were talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name of the duchy.
Oh, the duchy.
Because we can all pass the duchy by accident if we don't know the name.
That's the Duchy of Greyspear.
Greyspear? Have you had any other issues in Valgard besides these goblins?
Well, I'm afraid we've had all sorts of issues across the land for the past year or so, but I understand you've already dealt with one of them. The bandit problem.
Well, we've certainly mitigated quite a bit of the bandit issue. However, bandits are bandits. When one leader is lost, another leader is found.
Wisely said. I don't imagine they'll be able to maintain power in numbers, but I'm afraid the world has no shortage of bandits and unsavory types across all lands at any time in history. But this goblin problem is united. There's apparently a king, and they have been causing problems for all of us. But I suspect that they are nested, especially somewhere in my province, simply because it has the most wilderness. It's the easiest to hide in, if you will.
Would I know that it's kind of a rare thing for a goblin horde, I guess, to have a king? Or is that something that's...
Yes, to a degree. So, I'll tell you what, roll a history check.
Can I also do like...
Easy, you can help him.
I'll help him.
Can I also do like a... yeah, can I also do like a perception or insight check? Because I'm pretty sure Trill said that he just came out of Valgard.
He did.
And that was undead.
Yeah.
And she hasn't messaged undead or mentioned.
Yes. I rolled a 19.
Okay. With disadvantage?
Oh, I thought you
sorry, with
just standard.
Okay, cool.
A single roll.
Yeah. Okay, so Between the two of you, essentially, as easy as able to kind of chime in a little bit, you know that, and we'll just say you guys have talked about it a little bit, but basically, you don't know quite the intricacies of goblin structure, except that it is, so two things are odd. One, goblins can be found in small numbers in various places in the world, but they're predominantly up in Gaza, up in the north, one of the countries, one of the disputed lands, which is ruled by hobgoblins, and goblins are basically an enslaved race. The hobgoblins are always like kind of the top of the food chain, and they're the bottom, along with some other creatures like bugbears and things like that. You have even discussed with people that it's in this campaign that it's unusual that goblins are showing up in Karandia, especially in large numbers, all of a sudden. That you don't know where they came from or how they got there, but they suddenly showed up in force and are causing a problem, and have been for about a year. So that's, you don't know much about whether they have a king or not. You imagine if there is one, it's probably not very powerful while in Gaza, because they're not treated very well in Gaza. But here, this is kind of a new situation, so you don't really know for sure.
Yeah, okay.
And I rolled a
13
for my, checking in when I was asking about other problems.
You're trying to do like an insight check?
Yeah, because I was asking her, are there other problems? And you're like, oh, bandits. And I'm like, I know damn well there was a horde of undead attacking a man in your region 48 hours ago.
Yeah. You don't see anything. She seems to be talking with the same kind of smooth confidence that she always has. There doesn't seem to be anything amiss with what she's saying. She seems like she doesn't really know what he's requesting or what's going on. She says there is a genuine problem with bandits and goblins, and the civil war they've been having for a while. She says, in any case, I do hope you'll come back.
Yeah.
I'd very much like to train more, yes.
Well, I'd very much like to train with you some more as well. But for now, we will say goodbye as she walks up to you, and she actually goes in and puts her arms around your waist, bringing you into a hug,
around my waist.
Yeah, like below your arms, like around your waist and everything, and bring you in for an intimate hug. And she tilts her head up and just to your ear, whispering just enough for you to hear, to in that way that's kind of tickles your ear almost. And she says, "You're not going to be slaying goblins, but you should pretend that you are. Our necromancer has grown a secret cult in Valgard, but the walls have ears, and I don't want them to know you're coming. Now be a dear and say something back into my ear."
Oh, shit.
Thank you very much for the, very softly, because I want to make sure the mic picks us up. Thank you very much for the evening, for the fight, and for the extra hug that you just gave.
You see she doesn't let go, but she sort of leans back with her shoulders and laughs again. It's and touches your chest and is like, "Valan." and She leans back in and says, "There will be a private bounty provided to you, and we will provide the bounty for you for the information as to where to go. But do take care of it, and I will make it very worth all of your while."
You will.
And she slowly releases you, kind of like letting her hands kind of drag on your waist as she slowly walks away, kind of maintaining eye contact with this playful smile. As in the corner of your eye, you see the other two ladies kind of like giggling and looking at each other knowingly.
Valan is pretty red in the face right now. Not even going to pretend.
Oh, and I'm going to cast Minor Illusion to make my myself look green with jealous rage. But shake it off.
She kind of gives you a sidelong glance and says, "Oh, don't worry. I'm sure there's lots of magic you could teach me as well."
Just quietly grumble under my breath. Philip never holds me like that.
Oh man.
So she says, "Well, I know you must get on your way. It's late, but I have very much enjoyed it, and thank you for the display. The Emerald Dragon is indeed fascinating as an order."
As are the Nightshade.
Well, shall we? Until next time, then.
Yes, until next time.
And she kind of nods, lets you guys exit the room. Unless you're saying or doing anything else.
I just wanted to as the boys are like leaving ahead of me, I just want to make a little bit of a loop to pass her on the way out and be like, impressive.
And she just sort of says, "Isn't though?"
Asura blushes a little bit too and walks out.
Yeah.
All right. You guys exit as Alton finds you and escorts you back out to the guards gate, where they open it back up for you and put you back out on the street.
Alton, thank you so much for your hospitality. Have a good evening.
It was my pleasure, truly.
I'm sure it was. I don't say it to him. I just kind of quietly think it to myself.
All right. So as you guys leave, that's where we're going to take a break.
Woo! Woo!
Very cool.
So much sexual tension.
Yeah.
Just take that knife, that dagger, and just cut right down the middle.
All right, so we will be back in about 10 minutes or so.
Yep.
And to continue on.
Cool.
See you guys soon.
Cute. See you soon.
Welcome to the paint party,
Isn't it? We got the paints. We need the paint holders.
So you can use the plates. You want to use these mainly just for like mixing colors because it's a little bit easier.
Just dab it off of the cardboard.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Or I have some cups that I brought extra cups for that and for cleaning. And the good stuff.
Mineral spirits.
Which we'll have to get a cup of that to clean off brushes. We'll probably want paper towels for everybody too. If I can use my Jedi mind powers. Alright, can you get the cups?
Chicken out of cups.
Today's Barnes.
Mr. Walkway, leave me to the building. Fuck you. I'm literally using your sister's art as my reference guide.
Oh yeah.
Because she killed it. She killed it. For speed, that's amazing.
I don't know. Try that one. Oh.
Are you kidding me?
I didn't do it.
What just happened?
This is why we can't have nice things.
Jeb is the reason we can have those things. Absolutely.
So is the reason we need the cardboard.
Yes, dude. That's what I was paranoid about.
I've been splattered.
I came prepared.
How about that?
I was not prepared.
I'm going to keep this over here on the adult side because
I like how on the adult side suddenly.
Wait a minute. How did that happen?
I think you want to reassess who's an adult here.
that is probably more dangerous to this table than the paint.
What is?
The thinner.
Oh yeah.
Because the paint you can just wipe right off as long as it doesn't dry. The thinner will
take off
take the
everything.
finish. So the other thing is, guys, don't try to cover it in one coat.
Oh yeah.
Just expect you're gonna have to do at least 3.
Okay.
But really, there's nothing like you can't mess it up.
Okay.
So
Hey,
You
watch me.
Challenge accepted.
I need
already
like a.
happened, Danny.
I need like a crimson red.
well, the crimson red. And also with the washes, whatever, go a shade lighter than you're gonna finish with. If you plan on using the poly shade, go 2 shades lighter because it's gonna darken up the color.
I was gonna do blue, crimson, and purple for the cloak.
We're all gonna be purple and love it.
I'm not. I'm gonna be.
I'm blue.
I say I'm not purple.
I'm blue all over me.
You're blue.
It appears that I blew myself.
I did not anticipate
So,
the bow staff being in the way.
and you can use some of the bigger ones to like mix colors too and blab them on. These ones I bought specifically for dry brushing later in the detail.
More texture on it.
Because you want these big fat ones, and I might even cut them down with scissors to make it shorter, and then you just barely get any paint, wipe it off, and just like.
Oh.
I used to paint for a living, not like this.
Wait, what did you paint for a living?
I was a house painter for a couple of years, but that was after I stopped working. I was a government contractor and I painted aircraft and like met generators, and so I can do like actual auto body paint, and then I can as well do like faux finishes and latex paint and stuff like that.
Awesome. Wait, so you can do Autobots and Decepticon paints?
That's all I heard.
I do atomized and airless paints, if you want to get really specific, and stains and.
Sounds like it was a transformative experience.
So hop on to happyactionfuntime.com and contact us today. Do you need
Tune into
auto?
the Everwind Chronicles for jokes like these.
Keep you in stick.
Top shelf.
I have learned to be invisible. Invisible to those who have something I need or want. Invisible to the guards. Invisible to my enemies. I have even accomplished something no thief before me has. I have become invisible to myself, for I cannot bear to look at my own reflection. But is this all there is to me? Is my invisibility simply matching the hollowness I feel inside? I have to know who I am. I have to know if redemption is possible. So I will use all my power to seek that which terrifies me the most. To truly be seen. And perhaps along the way, slit a few throats of those who do not deserve to be seen.
All right. Welcome back. Well, it was a good break. So we will jump back into it right after Valan has just finished sparring with Lady Entress. Apparently a member of the Order of Nightshade and getting a secret mission.
More secret missions. Damn it.
Foreplay.
Under the ostensibly for, slaying goblins, but, she just informed them that's not really what's going to happen. They're going to be hopefully dealing with a necromantic cult. On your way out, you are given, Alton gives you basically the bounty, which is listed as dealing with a nest of goblins that have been discovered for 200 gold reward, and basically directions to where you're going. Okay. He also he says as he hands you the bounty as you're on your way out, he says, "Do hold it up to the light at some point."
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Right.
Well, thank you, Alton.
Okay. So where are you guys going? What are you doing?
Well, we still need to get out to see Octo for Valan because we are on a tight deadline before he keels. Maybe.
We still have to wait for word from Greenwood on that, don't we?
Well, yeah, but
no, he said to go. He said to go out to the, just outside of the,
retreat.
that place.
Yeah, the retreat.
Yeah,
area.
where all the clerics go to bathe each other. I don't know.
Bathe each other.
We were told to stay out. We were told to stay outside the compound, pretty much.
It's
not a
day's,
problem.
Yeah, it's a day's journey. We need to probably get out there.
We'll probably be getting there
by morning.
It's midnight. Probably after midnight at this point.
After midnight.
So, are you riding through the night, or are you sleeping? And what are you doing?
We should probably go. I mean,
I would like to ride through the night. I don't want to waste any more time with Valan potentially getting.
Yeah, at this point, it's
more and more sick. Although if he wants to sleep, sleep on, hold on to me, I'll tie him to me, and he can just sleep behind me while we ride. Honestly, if he needs to sleep, I'll let him sleep. We'll just strap him to somebody and let him sleep on horseback while we walk.
I mean, Bruce is made for a Goliath, so Mike could be pretty comfortable for a human.
We can, if you want to go through the night, we can go ahead and go. I'll be fine.
And also, I thought you said you weren't boyfriend girlfriend with Entress. That was a pretty close hug there at the end. She was very intimate with you.
I thought you were talking about the fighting. Also, you have a very interesting.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
No, that pans out. That is correct.
Well, I mean, what's strange about that? It was a very, very close fight, I thought.
And we're walking right now, right? Are we going to pick up our horses? I just want to know.
Yeah, I'm already come on, Keshi, let's go.
Yeah, you have your horses with you. You brought them.
Okay.
You just kind of left them outside.
Are you gonna get on your horse with no name?
Yep. I absolutely am.
Your horse still doesn't have a name.
Nope. We haven't really done a lot with our horses.
I've been doing a lot with Keshi. We've been bonding.
So you are
Once we
riding
get outside the walls.
Okay, so you're riding through the night to get to the retreat. Okay.
And once we kind of get out of the city, I relay the information that Lady Entress gave to me. I said the hug, while with her you never truly know, was a ploy to give me the information that she did not feel comfortable saying out loud.
I mean, she would have hugged you anyway.
Yes.
Probably.
I
exasperating.
don't want to hear about it. I like it.
Poor Easy keeps getting rejected. Was it Greenwood's assistant or bodyguard or whatever she was? That
Yeah.
Head servant.
Yep. Dude, poor Easy.
Just keep on getting rejected.
Welcome to the club, Easy. Welcome to the club.
Easy, as long as you didn't drop anybody, you should be fine. If you drop somebody, you never hear the end of it.
You didn't just drop me. You dropped me in public on cobblestone. And
That's not what happened.
Like hell.
We were in the cave.
That was the second time you dropped me, or maybe the third. There was the time in town.
I think it was the first time.
The time in town when I said you need to pick me up, and you did, and then you properly dropped me. The first time is when you let go of the rope, and I drowned, and Stoic had to save me.
That wasn't a drop. That wasn't a drop. That was a rope burn on my hands. What that was.
And that was me drowning. So sorry for your rope burn.
The rope burn that was the water. The water made you drown.
Because the rope that was preventing me from being swept under the currents was suddenly not attached to a giant man.
To start this whole thing again. We've all said what we need to say.
You started it. I did not say a word about anything, but you had to bring up dropping, so I will bring receipts if you're going to bring up problems.
All I said is you keep bringing it up, all right? We've said it.
I didn't bring it up this time now, did I?
No, but you still pestered me about it.
I did. Was I pestering? I said nothing. Me and Keshi were just casually walking this evening.
Yeah, but when I brought it up,
pieces
you
of
made it
information.
more of a thing. I was just mentioning that you keep making it a thing, then I bring it up, and you make it a thing.
Because you made it the thing.
Oh, me and Bruce go up ahead.
I'll tell Bears like one day I'll teach you the spell called the feather fall. You never let anyone falls again. Okay?
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm running towards the back, kind of keeping an eye on everything behind us.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking lead because I got some nice dark vision, and I'm like scanning everything.
Okay. So, as you guys basically ride hard through the night, trying to get to the retreats, with time, the urgency of the situation nipping at your heels, I need everyone to take a point of exhaustion for not sleeping.
Yep. So am I now? Is that my second point here?
You, Valan, as you are riding, it is a lot of effort to even stay on the horse. You are just kind of getting delirious, like just like sort of like, that period where it's like you find yourself almost drifting off into a waking dream sort of state. You actually take 2 points of exhaustion.
2 points of exhaustion. Woo!
And you also notice, even as the sun rises, you notice that even with the sun fully risen and higher in the sky, your vision is dim. And so basically everything is going to count as dim light to you now.
Oh, jeez. Oh, shit.
And beyond that, it's dark.
Makes sense, though, considering everything else that comes with 3 points of exhaustion.
Along with whatever else is happening to you.
Mm-hmm.
But you are not in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very obvious like how haggard and not good he is as you guys travel along. But let's see, with sleeping, it's probably going to get you in a little after like lunchtime, kind of midday, mid-afternoon. You come to you basically enter the road that leads to the retreat, and a little ways before you get to where you come up over the hill to see it before you. Just before that, you see Octo step out of the bush from the side of the road to greet you, and he says, I'm so glad to see you alive and well.
Same.
Some of us.
Oh, well.
Not.
Bear, help him down, please.
Yep. There you go. There you go.
I see. Lord Greenwood's message said one of you was in the worse for the wear. Let's get off the road a bit. I'm under the pretense of taking a walk. Been taking a lot of those to try and look out for you all. So it's probably best if we're not seen at the moment. So he kind of leads you back like into the woods a little ways, and to a place where there's a kind of fallen log, and sits Valan down on it and starts looking over him, looking at you, kind of doing under the eyes and kind of looking into your throat and ears and different, just kind of checking over you, feeling different things, and as a physician does. And he says, he stops for a moment and whispers something under his breath, and kind of holds a hand up to your chest, not touching it, but just kind of holding it and everything. And well, I'm afraid it's as I feared. After you departed, we found in Rydor's quarters, he had a room that was dedicated to his research, and in his quarters we found a number of nasty diseases and that sort of things he'd been cultivating. Some of them seems to have been altered by magic, so that they're not easily cured. I'm afraid that's what's happened here. As I imagine you've probably already tried certain things, and Stoic nods. He says, as I feared. I'm afraid we don't have much choice, because we don't know how much longer he has, and he's progressing worse and worse, as it seems. We're going to have to try the Fountain of Ramuel.
Do I recall this?
It was the fountain in the retreat.
It's the fountain,
yeah. I don't think he named it. I don't think he named it then, but he did. You did have a conversation about the fountain as you passed by it. It was the fountain that seems to increase healing efforts, and there's a whole conversation about why the order doesn't open it up to the public, like to more common usage. And he said that's one of the things he disagrees with Ranmon on.
Yeah.
And he says there's a bit of a problem with that. Well, you sort of left things a bit of chaos within the order, and there's quite a bit of debate on what to do now. And obviously, some of them are very upset at the assassination of our archpriest. There's also some feelings of there's quite a bit of feeling of betrayal for what we discovered. There's some of us feel rather stupid for not seeing it sooner. And many of us are asking ourselves what we've been involved in. And, there's a lot of controversial opinion about what to do next and what to do with you all, whether you should be arrested and tried, even if what you did was good. There's some who believe there's laws to be followed, that sort of thing. So I'm not sure it's very great for you to be coming into the center with everyone around, because they might not let you go. And I don't want to start another fight fresh off the last one. So I suppose the best thing, if we're going to try this and we're going to try and get him into the fountain, we're going to need to find a way to distract everyone in the retreat, to draw their attention well enough that we can try to sneak in there and perform the ritual and hopefully get him taken care of. Is that something you think you can manage?
Oh, I guess we have to.
Chaos and distraction? Listen, we are very good at chaos.
That's actually our specialty.
I've seen them do it.
Somehow, I believe you. If you do that, Valan and I will sneak in, and Stoic, I want you with me as well in case I need help. And Stoic nods and says, of course. And
Spot on Stoic. Spot on Stoic.
So good.
This is right. Well, we're waiting for you. What do you want to do?
Well, like right now, should we wait till nightfall before we do this?
We don't have much time.
All right. Now.
Okay. Sure. Easy. This is probably your specialty. I'm sure you got something in that bag of tricks that we could use.
Well, I'm gonna take, I guess, I mean, there's not a whole lot of, we've been going so hard for so long.
I know.
He's like, I don't have much left in the bag. One little trick, but if it's time to do it now, it's time to do it now. Cannot deny urgency of getting Sir Valan gets back in shape.
Okay. What you got?
Priority. I mean, the only thing I can do is to once we get him in, I can do this, as you've seen with Zabraya, is the thunder step in getting him out of that area quickly if we need to. Granted, it'd be a very loud bang, but we would be able to make a swift escape if we need to. It only requires me and Valan to do so.
Well, Octo, is it an actual ritual that needs to be performed, or is it just I get in the waters or I drink whatever is there?
I've only seen it done, but it does take a bit of time, and you're going to have to be fully submerged. And I don't think it's going to work if we walk in there and then escape. Well, it's not going to be distracting. We might not even make it to the fountain before they arrest you if some of them have their way. And I also don't want to cause any more. You have to understand, the entire order is in a lot of pain right now. There's a lot of confusion as we try to work things out and what's happened in our midst. And I don't want to start any more internal fights than I have to. And if I have to fight them to get you out of here, that's going to cause even more trouble for the order that I love very much.
I understand. Octo, I want to say something to you. It is not your fault that you did not know. And you are not bad for not knowing. It is your responsibility now to make sure that that does not continue. To heal the wounds, metaphorically speaking. I speak from very personal experience on this.
I appreciate your words. They're very kind. That's the thing about being a high priest. Even if it's not my fault, it's my responsibility. And I, along with the others, let something profoundly evil into our midst, right under our noses. And
I understand.
We're going to have a lot of questioning to do, to ourselves as well as to others, on how this happened and how we could have allowed it.
Well, it sounds like what this retreat needs a moment of levity and a moment of release. A little bit of laughter, maybe.
After he's hard to come by right now.
Leave that to us.
Boys, I have an idea.
Let's hear it.
Lopi taught us that a little bit of flair and levity can make every moment better. Perhaps a wandering troupe just happens to get lost in the woods and decides to put on a quick performance.
You think that'll get their attention?
We can try. If not, I can just set everything on fire.
How about the...
Easily.
I like the fire plant, but easy. You've got the thunder step.
Easily.
I like the fire plant, but easy. You've got the thunder step.
Yeah.
Gate. I could cast command on one of the guards. Don't know what for yet, but cast command, and then when trouble ensues, which it will, me and you thunder step out, and that'll even cause more of a commotion, I imagine, which will draw more attention away from the city to us.
And what am I doing during this whole endeavor?
Backup, I suppose.
I think it is better that they do not know it is us.
But
as it has been said, I have a disguise kit, mother trucker.
This probably is... Yeah, they kind of remember us.
Well, yeah, that's why we get their attention, I imagine. If we're at the front.
Yes, but we will end up causing only more division, more hurt, more anger. If we are not ourselves, we are just random strangers upon the road. We are not... I don't want to cause any more harm, as Octo has said.
Sure.
And if we show up as ourselves, we will cause more harm. What I am suggesting, Bear, is that you pick me up.
Oh, really? I smile at that.
I've got some acrobatic skills. Easy can make beautiful things happen with a little bit of magic.
Da.
We can thunderstep our way out if shit gets hairy. Like it can be our final magic act, yes? Da, 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 boom, and we all disappear. It could be fun.
All right.
Only two people. Sepia, me and one other. I can't make everyone decide.
We'll step on that bridge when we come to it.
Yep, that's all that goes.
I would like to use my disguise kit, and I don't know how to use it. I've never used it before.
Hey, disguise kit.
This is going to be interesting. I am all about this. This is going to be amazing.
How to apply false nose.
Okay, so you are going to take, it's probably going to take you a couple hours to kind of properly disguise the three of you.
And we do have some, I don't remember if they were fancy clothes, but they were clothes that we got from Kotok's hideout that are in the bag of holding.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
I grabbed a bunch of clothing.
And we still have some fabrics from like Daroon's lair from way back when.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got my cloak of many fashions, which I will definitely make in some sort of like eclectic, Lopi-inspired monstrosity.
And I don't know how much it'll help if we can make it work as like a spotlight kind of thing, but I have a bullseye lantern. I don't know if that's going to help like project, like light the stage in any way. I think Stoic might have one as well.
Yeah, I'll grab all the lanterns because by the time we get all this done, it's going to be like dusk, like early evening.
Probably,
soft light is starting to come out. I'm going to like plant those out like in front of us, like it becomes like a little stage.
I'll take out Polton's hat
and I'll hand it to Easy. I feel like this fits your personality right now, Sir Easy.
I still appreciate Susaba, and I put it on with panache.
And I'm definitely hiding my horns in some sort of like elaborate like fabric moment.
Yeah. And I put my staff and everything like back into the bag of holding, so I'm like not carrying.
Yeah, I'll stash my weapons off to the side.
Okay. So the disguise kit is basically a collection of cosmetic type stuff. It's cosmetics, hair dye, and small props to let you create a disguise, or like very basically kind of change some of the physical appearance. And are you proficient with it?
It's on my things.
I think.
I don't. It's one of my things. It's one of the things I have.
That's not a thing.
I don't know.
No.
They're all in my inventory. I haven't touched anything.
Okay. You are proficient with them, so
Yeah.
you'll be able to add your proficiency bonus to the roll.
Okay.
So, how do you disguise you three?
I want to make Bear. What is another creature that's roughly his same height, like a hobgoblin or something?
Well, let's see, that you would be familiar with, because you probably wouldn't know too much about what hobgoblins look like because you haven't been up there. I mean, humans, dragonborn. Let's see, you know, maybe a bugbear.
That's what I was actually thinking.
All right, then I'm gonna paint his face to look like a human wearing a bugbear face, like that, like children's paint face look.
Mm-hmm.
So it disguises his real features, but it looks like like some sort of like performance face paint.
Oh, that's too funny.
Oh my gosh.
Do I look pretty?
We'll find out.
Cyn or Fran, if you're ever watching this, I want art.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is our thumbnail. This is our thumbnail.
So badly.
This will be our thumbnail for tomorrow. This is what our thumbnail is going to be for YouTube.
Oh my God. All right. So what am I doing?
What are you doing? Just finish what you're doing with all three of you.
Oh, okay. And then for Easy, I want him to look a little more elf-like, like not half elf. Like I want him like full elf. So I want to like increase his like ear pointiness and like really like over exaggerate all of his like facial features so he looks like pretty elf boy.
Okay.
Like
super
beautiful, yeah, like supermodel elf boy.
Like a Japanese like anime elf or something.
Yes, I want full anime elf.
All right.
But why model elves?
Because he's only a half elf right now, and if he goes full elf.
Yeah, full elf. Never go full
I don't know. And then for myself, I want to change my skin color to like a beautiful green color. So like paint my face to have like green hue.
Like a minty green.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Is that it?
And then I want to use a combination of my hair and some of that like fabric and the fancy clothes that we found to kind of like make like a beautiful headdress thing so that my horns are disguised as though it's like part of some sort of presentation.
Okay. So you're going for a disguise kit. I think roll deception.
Okay. I'm good at deception.
Yes.
Don't forget we're exhausted.
I know. Oh shit, we are exhausted. Fuck
Disadvantage.
me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, that wasn't too terrible because that was a 14 and a 15. So a 14 plus 5 is a 19.
Wow.
Nice.
That's really good.
That's clutch.
Holy smokes.
So you create this kind of look with all of you guys, which is pretty obviously like fake, like it's not going to fool anybody in terms of it not being costume, but it
Right.
looks very clearly costume-ish.
Leaning into the costume, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, basically. And even your skin is not naturally green. Like it doesn't look naturally green. It just, because you're able to kind of rub some of it over your hands and your face and everything, but still not quite right, but it's it's a costume for each of you. So after a couple of hours, you guys are ready.
All right.
Alrighty. My name is Minth, and we're really excited to be here, okay? Alrighty? John? Other John? You both excited?
You're John.
John with an H? John without an H?
Yes.
I am John without the
so
H.
good. We're gonna perform so good tonight, you guys, okay? We're gonna do so good. All right?
Mm-hmm.
John without
We're gonna-
the H. Greasia.
Okay, so they've been having a downtime, like they're real sad and bummed by stuff. So we're gonna make them feel happy. We're gonna put on a performance. There's gonna be some acrobatics, but what we're gonna do is tell a story. It's a play, and it's about the beautiful fairy princess who gets captured by the evil bugbear and is saved by the handsome prince. And they all live happily ever after.
Rawr.
Yes. So good.
Thank you.
Oh my god, this is so hard to do.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
And also,
Okay,
Who's the prince again?
you're the prince. Obviously,
Oh,
you're
yeah,
very
yes.
handsome. And so you will fight the bugbear and you will save my honor, and it will be very misogynistic and patriarchal, but it will be fine. They will love it. All right. Doing some stretches, get my calisthenics going. So I want to get the guys like kind of suited up with all of our little lanterns, come like marching down the road without our horses. Without our horses, they are safely tucked away in the woods. Like marching down the road, and I want to use thaumaturgy to start going like, hear ye, the show is about to begin.
Valan looks over at the Stoic and says, I am so sad that I'm going to miss this. But Larry is really excited.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Octo and Valan and Stoic part ways then with you guys, like going back through the woods. As the three of you approach the front gate, and you'll see the guards posted outside. 4 of them this time, and as they've obviously heightened security a bit.
Hi! We are the famous Johnsons. There's John, and me, Minth. We're really excited to be here and perform for you this evening.
Miss, this is a private facility.
Is this not 4404 Bob Hopkins Road?
Guards sort of look at each other and are like, this is a private facility for the Order of Chaldrin.
Oh my God. Johns, I think we took a wrong turn. We were hired for a birthday party, and we were here to perform, but at this point it's really late and we were really hoping to perform tonight.
I'm just so overcome with stage fright, and I just like a giant bear paw on a sort of like they're there.
Oh, John, thank you for the support and also the mild injury.
We'd like to perform for you if you would allow us. Yeah.
Roll a okay. Roll a so both of you are trying to do a persuasion check at just a single roll.
Both of
Standard.
us?
No, just one.
One of us. Okay.
Who has a higher
Yeah, persuasion
persuasion?
check.
I have +2.
I also have
Can I use
+2.
deception? Can I use deception instead of persuasion?
Well, you could. So it's deception if you're trying to deceive that you're a bard troupe, but you're trying to get them to let you perform.
That's true. I am trying to get
Which
them
is
to perform.
persuasion.
All right, I'll use persuasion. Ooh, okay. All right. That wasn't so good. That's a 12.
No. Come on. I think Bear has the most charisma out of all of us.
I do, but I don't know how I roll.
You really?
He does. Yeah, he's I mean, paladins are really charismatic.
Are they?
In D&D world, they are.
They're all looking at you very strangely, and this is very odd. And one of them finally says, "Go tell the Grand Priest to see if they want to see performance."
Oh my God, we would love to perform for all of you. That would be such an honor. Oh my gosh, you girls look so important. And I feel like it would be like performing for the king.
Yeah. You just sit tight.
Okay.
I bow very, very lowly.
I do like a cute little curtsy moment.
One of them, still kind of giving you strange looks and everything, enters inside and disappears for...
Our greatest salutations.
And you guys sit there waiting for like 10 minutes. Just awkwardly.
That's fine. Like in the interim, I'm just like, okay, you guys. So remember that starting in Act 1, it looks like I'm just like getting everyone ready for the performance and like adjusting the lights to get like the perfect like up angle, like practicing like my stances. Like 100% just how I think performers act to each other. Yes, am I calling out my own kind right now?
Oh man!
When you don't have a bard.
We need one.
After a little bit, that guard returns, and another priest that you haven't seen before, but still wearing kind of priestly robes and everything, steps out and says, "Can I help you?"
Oh my God, yes. So it turns out we're the wrong party. But at this point, we're going to completely miss the party. And we thought, who better to perform for than the people that are here?
But it's quite strange for you to be out here,
Well, to be honest, this is our first time getting a gig, and we were really excited about the opportunity. And it turns out I just don't know how to read a map really good. And so, we were really bummed that we won't get to perform. But, we really want to perform so we can just, keep improving our skills and craft and get better. And we were hoping y'all would be a wonderful audience for our first performance.
This is very odd. Very odd indeed. Does your show possess anything about necromancy, demons, or devils?
It's about a princess and a bugbear and a handsome man who rescues her.
Rar.
Yeah, he's the bugbear.
I am the great prince.
He is.
Playing the part of the great prince.
He is. It's a lovely romance, and there's God.
Chaldrin.
Chaldrin, you say?
Sure, you guys are the god people for Chaldrin, right?
Quite.
What?
As such, I hope there's nothing else inappropriate in this play.
Oh, no, very chaste. There's nothing naughty. They, obviously they get married under the eyes of God. But really, it's about a love story and overcoming an obstacle.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh, God.
Another just flat roll.
Flat roll, yeah.
Nat 20!
All right. Of all times, this is the time to do it.
Yes.
My heart just died.
Oh man. Well,
Valan didn't.
Unreal.
It's time for me to fuck this up.
Well, this is most unusual, but we did recently break from our activities, and we are in need of some rest and relaxation. So perhaps it is his timing.
Oh my gosh, it must be. We never would have taken a wrong turn without divine intervention.
Perhaps so. I shall let the order know of your presence here should they wish to participate.
Oh my gosh, that would be so
festivities.
great. And really let them know this is a great opportunity. One, to help a brand new art collective work really hard on their art, and also a great opportunity for them to take a rest, because, everyone deserves a rest now and again.
Yes, quite. Yeah. Well, then wait here. It'll probably be a while, and we'll see who wants to witness your show.
Oh my gosh, you are so nice. Thank you so much.
He turns back around and goes inside.
I am loving this way too much.
All right. So you guys wait, and this obviously takes a while to start, kind of like for him to kind of make the rounds, and this kind of impromptu thing as word passes through the compound apparently, but you do start to see people start to kind of curiously come out. You see guards, you see priests, you see and priestesses, you see servants, you see a variety of people kind of make their way out onto the kind of lawn area in front of the walls of the retreat, and just sort of start gathering and talking to each other and everything like that, and kind of looking at you curiously, and some of them with strange looks, some of them with just obviously just kind of intrigued. And you can see just kind of reading the crowd that it's a very like you can tell their talk is kind of the subdued nature of a crowd of people who are kind of under stress and who are obviously not in the best place, like as a crowd. This is not like a night out on the theater. This is kind of an unusual situation of like curiosity, if nothing else. But they're just sort of obviously not. They've obviously got they've got their own bags under their eyes and their own, kind of like looking at each other sidelong, and just things like distrust for each other and that sort of thing. It's just not a group of people in the best of spirits. But you wait for a while as it seems like they're all sort of gathered, and as they're gathered, like Octo, who can kind of see from the woods, he kind of returns to Valan and Stoic, and he says, "All right, I think that's about as good as we're going to get," and leads you guys along as as it's starting to get into the very early parts of twilight by this point. He leads you into to a side door that's like a really heavy door that's locked, and he pulls out a key and unlocks it to go inside, to start making your way stealthily toward the fountain. So I want you to roll a stealth check.
I think just at disadvantage, right? I don't think there's anything else on top of that.
Yep.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. It's a good thing I have a fairly high stealth rating. It's a 9. I rolled a 2.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Stoic rolled a 1.
Oh no. The most on-brand night for Stoic, and he's not even here.
Yeah, he's always been bad at stealth.
Yep.
It's also a good impression, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Pretty much.
Okay. So you guys start making your way through the compound as he's obviously trying to avoid anybody who's kind of making their way still, or some minimal servants still kind of doing their duties. It's not everybody's allowed to kind of drop everything. Meanwhile, the what they call the grounds priest comes up to you and Asura and says, I think that everyone who's going to gather has gathered. You may begin your share.
Oh, you're muted.
I'm not muted.
Oh.
You're muted. It's your stuff.
Stereo.
Oh, dear. This is hard to do. Ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages, the high and the low, the devout and the searching, we are so honored and privileged to perform for you tonight the love story of Leela and Stan the Strong.
You see a couple of them sort of clap.
One day, Leela was walking through the woods. A princess of the Druidic order, she believed in love of nature and all that was beautiful. And then she goes like skipping over to like pick up a flower and sniffs it. Ah, a flower. It smells so good. I could live in this forest forever and never want to leave. Better, that's you. Better.
What?
Line?
But one day, while she was admiring the flora and fauna, out came a scary bugbear.
I stomp my feet. I get over to Asura, put up my hands as claws, and I go, I'm a bugbear, rawr.
Ah! And she fainted. And then I awkwardly lay down onto the ground. And he carried her to his lair.
You definitely see one drop of sweat. So I bend down, breathing heavily, and I pick her up. I walk to the other side of the stage.
I want you to make an athletics check.
Yep, as I say, Doug, say it.
No, it was coming with disadvantage.
Oh man! My new dice, my new metal dice. Come on.
Let's go.
You say athletics?
Mm-hmm.
$11.
Did you roll twice?
I did.
Okay.
11. Okay. You pick up Asura, and Asura, as you're being carried, you notice that he is very warm, very sweaty. You get a close, up close, you can see some of the face paint kind of just starting to run a little bit. as he does successfully carry you over to another part of the grass.
And as that happens, I want to thaumaturgy all the lamps that are up from that golden color of the natural light to a red light.
Okay.
So it's all dark and moody now.
Yeah.
And he kept her.
Yeah, sorry.
So you see some guards who are holding torches. Even though it's still light out, they're carrying some torches and they all turn red.
And Leela was so scared for she thought all creatures big and small were her friends. But this bugbear wanted to keep her locked away, never to be seen again. And she cried and cried and cried, for she was longing for her love from long ago, which she had not seen in a long time, because he was away at war, fighting for the light of Chaldrin.
By the way, Asura, I'm still carrying you on your back. So,
and I'm like awkwardly trying to be like, Bear, let me go, Bear, let me go, Bear, let me down now.
I like drop one hand.
As you fall backwards, like your legs still up in his arm.
Can I do like a little like cartwheely moment to like get out of that?
Roll an acrobatics check with disadvantage.
This is a disadvantage. Oh my god. Oh my god. I rolled a 2.
Oh,
no.
Plus 5, 5, 7.
As he lets one arm go and you fall backwards with your legs still up in the air, you basically go face first into the grass and then just sort of collapse into a heap.
I'm gonna like try to save it and be like, oh, woe is me. When will Stan the Strong come to rescue me?
I guess stagger onto the stage. Wherever has my love gone? I go and I touch the ground. She was here not too long ago, but my heart does faint more. Doth I not know where she be? The dark is so near.
Then I'm gonna make the lights dim down to like a foresty green moment.
Children, I call upon your light to show where my path may go.
And then one at a time, I want one bright white light to like come up on the lanterns, like from that dark green. They go like basically like making like a path.
And so I guess we do like a quick scene of like, I'll do like I'll cast minor illusion to make it sound like feet stomping really quickly, but I'm just like pick my feet up left and right. It's like the timing's not on at all. It sounds like you're running really fast, but my feet are just going
Tapping on the ones and threes.
It's a 2 and a 4, but you're on a 1 and a 3.
Yeah,
that's right. So that's all I got. And then I go ahead and all right, I make it to the scene where I sit. I get to one knee, and I look. I say, Chaldrin, is this the lair that she be? And so I say, come at you. Who has her? Show yourself. My, hand over my fair lady at once, or pay the consequences of Chaldrin's light.
I look back at each of you, very scared. No! And I swipe at you.
And you land the hit, and I'll do like a flop to the floor to the right. I guess I'll do a performance check for that.
And if you want, you guys are gonna be doing one later.
Yeah, that's true. You're totally right. Okay. So I flop onto the ground, and I flip onto my back, and like scuttle backwards. And I say, Chaldrin's light, smite thee. And I cast minor illusion to show like a very like crude looking lightning bolt come from the sky.
And I'll use thaumaturgy to make like the lights go like doo, doo, like the lightning crashy, like dark light.
And as you do this, I remember a story from my youth. My mom used to tell me as she put me into bed. It's called The Wizard of Oz. And as I go down, I go, "Oh, what a world! What a world! I'm looking.
Oh my gosh.
And then I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna run to Easy and like get in that like awkward like musical theater embrace. And if anyone has ever done musical theater, you know this. It's two hands clasped chastely in front of each other. You don't touch each other. You just put your hands clasped each other and like lean in. You're like, my love, I haven't seen you in so long. You saved me.
It wasn't I, but Chaldrin that saved us. Praise he.
Praise he. and like I want like to use thaumaturgy to make like the sound of like angelic voices like echoing in this like echoing around us like
We're already doing this for a monk and priest order of Chaldrin. Gotta favor what the crowd wants.
And then, so then after, I guess is like the end, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to like look at one of the lower ranking clerics and I'm going to say out loud, but also cast command at the same time.
Mother trucker.
I'm going to say clap.
Applause.
Yeah.
And I flash applause across the campus.
Okay. I want one of you to roll a performance check, and I am giving you advantage, which will overcome the regular, so it'll be a regular
because that
check.
was amazing.
All right.
I have a +2.
Bear, you got this.
I have a +3, but you know, I'll give it a shot.
I believe in it.
Just one roll.
Mm-hmm.
One roll.
Give me that 20. Give me that 20.
41.
Yes.
Nice.
The guy that you cast it on sort of shakes his head for a moment, but he resists that.
Oh.
But it's sort of, the moment is sort of like ignored as everyone starts clapping. And
yeah! Thank you.
Oh, well done.
And I like clap at my like gentlemen on either side of me.
All right. So Valan and Stoic and Octo make their way through the compound to the toward the fountain, kind of like ducking behind hedges and stopping at different places as Octo sort of like looks ahead and that sort of thing. Holding you up at times and then moving forward and that sort of thing. And it's not a hugely long journey. It's not like a gigantic compound, but it is just slow going. But apparently whatever the group outside is doing is enough to keep people's attention because nobody's like coming back inside or anything like that. And so you are able to successfully make it to the fountain seemingly without incident. Where Octo says, all right then, you're going to have to get into the fountain. And you're going to have to be fully submerged, so take a deep one.
Okay. And I kind of just very staggeringly step into the fountain, and is it deep or is it Like knee deep, thigh deep, waist deep? How deep is the fountain?
It's probably about 3 feet deep.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to like kind of lay down for the most part to do it.
I kind of plop down and then just kind of fall backwards. And
all right. And you feel him kind of like put one hand under your back and the other on your chest, kind of like holding you in place as you kind of float, like just allow yourself to float in the water. Now kind of like out of sight and out of hearing of anything is the sound of the water just kind of overtakes you. As Octo begins, speaking his spell in prayer, there's basically you don't see it as much as Stoic sees it, but like there's basically kind of a wave of kind of golden light that sort of waves out from his hands and covers the entire pool until it's got this soft glow, this soft golden glow throughout the fountain, crawling up each of the waterfalls of the fountain up to the top, until it's like this kind of whole area has got a soft glow in this twilight. And it's really pretty. It's a really beautiful sight. But then after a moment, it's like time sort of slows down for a moment, and out of the top of
or is it more just like a feeling, or is it?
You sense it, and you're aware of what's happening, but you actually can't do anything at the moment.
Okay, all I want to do is think. I mentally say a prayer to Ixie. Just a weak kind of thought of I really need your luck right now.
Okay. As this glow kind of intensifies, you see up at the top of the fountain, this light sort of continues up into the air above the fountain in this sort of line that sort of starts to expand into this kind of glowing display of light, which then kind of elongates and seems to be kind of taking some sort of form. As outside of that elongate, you see wings unfold, made as the light forms into a large, magnificent figure, like angelic figure made out of light. And you hear in your minds, you hear this, but you actually can't respond or do anything at the moment. You hear this: "You who brings this child for special healing, who speaks for him?" And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Oh, good.
Oh, man.
Really
Well
good.
done, Doug. Wow.
Solid.
Well done, all of you.
Well done, you guys.
No kidding. That was my favorite moment of this campaign so far. Bar none. Beating Kotak last week, old news, old hat.
Oh my God.
This was amazing.
That was so good.
Tears in my eyes from laughing so much. I loved every second of it.
We should take our show on the road.
I mean,
Traveling circus here.
yep.
Hey, we're the Johnsons.
Like, you all need to multi-class into Bard.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
We're just
what
gonna
it
be
tells me.
Team full of bards. Yeah,
Yep.
team full of bards.
Oh my God.
Just buffing each other constantly.
Oh my
No, I
gosh.
inspire you. No, I inspire
No. I'm not
you.
gonna fight. You're gonna fight. I'm gonna inspire you.
Oh, man.
Oh, that was a beautiful thing.
Yes.
I hope Lopi is proud of us.
And that is D&D.
There you go. That was D&D Inception. That was us role playing.
So many levels on that one.
Yep. Oh man.
Of all the things I thought you might try to distract the compound, like that is not in the list.
Yeah.
Well, you
So
kept
much
saying that
better.
they were really. You kept saying they were really unhappy, and I was like, "Well, we need to make them feel better."
We had to entertain them.
Leave it to the actor, the performer, the entertainer to come up with the idea of entertaining essentially the troops.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Listen, I got a degree in this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Tara and Chris's voices, like
Yes. And
The minute Chris started with that voice, I was like, "I'm done. I'm going home."
I mean, and gotta give it to Bear too, or Jeb for being like playing Bear. How Bear would play a bugbear was on point, like awkward and
it was.
like just not
Sweaty.
good. Yeah. Oh, the sweaty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had
The
to
sweat
pick
is what got me.
I really
Oh,
wanted
man.
to channel Jeb Bush in the please clap.
Oh, remember the days of politics when that was like,
Oh,
That was the worst you got. Yeah.
"Oh,
Yeah, that was...
Jeb!" Exclamation point.
Oh man.
Oh, I love it.
I can't believe we did that.
And I can't believe it worked.
I know.
It worked. It worked out.
Oh, gosh.
There were some clutch rolls tonight. Like right when the roll needed to happen, it happened.
Yeah.
And that's
Make it
good.
happen. Yeah.
I rolled an 18 for my metal die.
Yeah.
No solid.
How do you? Still dropped the fuck out of me, but you know.
On purpose that time. You
Yeah.
told me to let
Was
you
it?
go. You said
Part
put
of
me
the
down.
performance.
All
I
right.
did say
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
I didn't even realize how perfectly it worked out too. That it's like Valan had his whole fight, and he was the only one fighting in that thing, and then the rest of you had your thing.
Yeah.
without Valan, yeah.
True,
That was
yeah.
nuts.
Balance of the
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, worked out nicely.
Good stuff.
Oh man.
Good stuff. Yeah, I definitely want to see some art from this.
Yes.
Like so bad.
All of the art.
So badly.
All of the art.
Yes.
And yeah, this has been wonderful. I love you guys. I love this game. And actually, for anybody listening, go join our Discord where we post art that is
Yes.
made for this. You're gonna wanna
Fan
see
art
this.
accepted.
Yep.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh. I just have it in my head now, and I
Yeah,
love
I was
every
the
second
same.
of it.
That voice is gonna be stuck in my head for
Yep.
a bit.
Yep.
This is so much fun.
That's Asura's voice from now on.
Yep.
Yeah. Asura is dropping this beautiful, sexy voice, and she's gonna talk like that.
I was trying to tap in like a little bit of Hamlet, but I was like, nah, that's too much.
No, it was beautiful. It was less Hamlet and more John Hamm does Hamlet. And
Yeah, John Hamm doing Hamlet.
Yes.
That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what I was going for.
I thought your first voice was a very Godfather voice. My name is John.
I can't wait to listen to this, watch this again. I am looking forward to it. And I was here for it the first time.
Oh, it's too good.
right.
Thank y'all for going on that
Yes,
journey
thank
with me.
you.
That was
Oh,
so
man.
much fun.
Thank you
I
so
loved
much.
it. I loved it.
That's great.
Yeah, and thank you, Doug, for inciting this moment.
Yep.
I just presented the problem. You guys solved it.
Solve is a strong word.
You did it.
Yep.
You did it because it was depending on how good your performance was. Whether people went back inside to create potential problems for the people inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we're all
Your
exhausted.
performance
I
was,
was
yeah. It
The
basically
fact
made
that you guys
difference
did that
between
while
them
exhausted
getting
was
there safely.
really impressive.
Yeah.
I was pretty like, oh, this exhaustion is gonna really kill us.
It's because teamwork. It's because teamwork makes the dream work. We were
Yep.
all like, none of you are rolling alone. We're all helping each other out right now.
Yeah, there's no way we could do it without help.
Yeah. And also, as a side note, it's like that's a good example of how the DC for things change based on how well you do it. Because it's like, that was incredible. So, it's like, if you make a really good argument, your persuasion DC is going to be lower and things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the end of that, you guys had like a DC of 5 to beat. You were going to.
Oh, man.
Just smashed it.
So, all right. So with that, we will come back next week for to see what happens with this being that has appeared and Valan and the effort to recover him from this whatever he's afflicted with, and we will see how that resolves as well as they continue their journey to other things. So we will see you next week for the next chapter on that. And we love you guys. We'll see you in a week.
Bye.
Bye, friends.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Night.
Good night.